What is up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. I'm Braethorn. Sometimes, as far as you know. How's it going? Glad to see you guys. Sorry about the having to not stream a couple of times there. Wasn't feeling too good. Feeling a lot better now. As a matter of fact, feeling good. Been hyper productive lately, and coming up to probably the dopest PC building stream ever. I don't think I've been this excited about a PC build. I don't remember the last time I was this excited about a PC build. That's happening this Thursday for a big birthday build-off bash. There's not a build-off. No one else is building. It's just me. Birthday build bash stream. Starting early, 6 p.m. Central this Thursday. And I really hope you guys make it, because I'm also going to be doing a little giveaway live on the stream. You do have to be there to win. So, just want to tell you that. Just want to share that with you. And I just want to say, Lone Vaquero 684, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Let's go, nerds. Thank you for continuing to be a valuable member of the Swarm. That's much appreciated. As you guys see, I have been hyper productive. If you do stuff on stream with cheers, with bits, that shows up over here. Donos, that's, there's not even a link for that on YouTube. Like that's on the Twitch, in the Twitch panels. I often miss those, so it's good for me to have this. Last one was from TL Foreman. That was actually for an off-stream advisory thing that I did. I helped him out with a PC matchmaking sesh, and then he was like, I have more questions, I'm willing to pay. I was like, I'm not going to charge full price for that. That's what that was, $50. And we spent a while on a Discord call, and I helped him out. Latest followers, you guys might recognize that name right there. That's Thermal Take, because Thermal Take made the Thursday birthday build possible, and boy oh boy, everything arrived today, and I cannot be more excited. Like, I've been waiting for this case since January. Yeah, and I predicted this case in a way the January before that, an entire year, like 2.5 years ago, I predicted this case being a thing, although it came out a year later. Anyways, also, Dan, yes, everything arrived and seems to be in good working order. Yes, everything arrived. Got a few goodies from Dan too. Pretty much the thing that's pushing this build over the edge to become my favorite build I've ever done, which I haven't done it yet, so I couldn't really find the proper tense for that. But also new subs, Lone Vaquero, you're there right now. There you go. So you guys, when you do stuff, I don't push you to support financially, but when you do, now you got a thing on that's going to have your name on the screen till the next person does it. So there you go. If we're doing YouTube stuff, like for the Thermal Take stream, I'm probably not going to have... Actually, I'll probably just record on the camera. Could just do that. That way I could show this on stream and have raw footage for a video if I'm going to do a video out of it, which I'd love to do that. But anyways, let me say hi to everybody. I usually do that first. I did not do that first this time. But, well, I mean, I can't quite do it just yet because Ameridan just subscribed to the Prime. Thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you for 31 months of support. Let's go, nerds. Thank you, Dan. But yeah, I got a few goodies that I commissioned from Dan. And if you look back there, he sent me, that was Dan just made that and sent it. And I was like, let me at least pay shipping. And he was like, no. Well, this time he let me pay for it. Thank you. But let me say hi to everybody. Let's see, Peter, thank you for being here before we even started. What's up, Peter? How you doing? Lone Vaquero, of course. Hi, how you doing? And thank you, Peter. I appreciate that sentiment. My health is more important, and I'm feeling much better now. Observer of Thoughts, thank you for being in both chats. I appreciate that very much. I'm talking about Twitch chat right now, YouTube chat. Y'all hold tight. I'm going to say hi to you in just a second. Jackie Can't Win. What's going on? Welcome. I remember that name. Welcome. How you doing? Something is the least I can do for the amazing help you give with the PC. I'm hoping you're enjoying that. I'm loving this PC. I guess you are enjoying that. Okay. Did you see the new iPhone 17s? Peter, couldn't care less. I'm not an Apple guy. I know you are though, so you know, that's cool. I'm sure they said stuff like best ever, fastest, revolutionary, yada yada yada. I've seen those events before. It's great. Oh, one more thing. Yeah, you know, I did not see it though. Have they released their foldable yet? I think that's what people are speculating on. Worse, but I don't know. Whatever. They got the thin one too, which is like, you know, they weren't first to market with it, but there you go. Just purchased mine on Amazon. Should be here next Monday. Exciting, Vaquero. Exciting. Can you ask him to send me a 800 watt PSU? My 500 watt isn't liking my 57. Okay. All right. Just kidding about the first part. I would like you to be kidding about the second part. 500 watts for 5070. Not great. Can't let Bezos keep that prime sub. I appreciate you, Dan. Thank you very much. Yeah, coming to you from the awesome build you helped me with. YouTube stopped me giving PC stuff after I finished it. Stop giving me PC stuff after I finished it. So I never got your stream notifications until recently. Hope you've been doing good. Jackie, I've been doing great. I hope you've been doing well also. I've been planning this build stream that's coming up on Thursday. I'm super excited. Cannot wait for it. And I hope to bless one of you guys with a Tower 600 of your. So that's what it's going to be. We're probably going to be. I'm going to be giving away a Tower 600 case like the one that Thermaltake gave me. I'm paying that forward basically, and you get to choose the color. And I don't know if you've seen the colors that the Tower 600 case comes in. It's a lot. Now, that's not going to be great for everybody. In case you like don't feel like moving all your stuff to a new case or you know whatever, don't worry. I've got a contingency plan for that. I'll tell you what, it's for sure the orangest iPhone that they've ever released. Oh boy. At least is it at least a saturated color, Dan? What's up, Zintech? Welcome. Over on YouTube land, Reserver Thoughts, again, thank you for being in both chats. I always appreciate that. Steve, what's going on? Alice, welcome. Happy to see you. Cecil, what's going on? Cecil says hit the like button. I cannot disagree. If you like me, go ahead. If you like the channel, go ahead. If you like computers, hit that like button. It can really mean whatever you want it to mean. Steve says, Brave, what time is it there now so I can work out when 6 p.m. is? Sounds a bit odd, I know. Right now, it's 8:22 p.m., Steve. TJ Sparks, hope you're doing well. How you feeling? Feeling much better. Thank you, TJ. Thank you. TL Foreman, what's going on? And the consultation was worth every penny. Thank you. You're very welcome. And it was fun, too. Always like talking with you guys when I can. Robert Fixit, what's going on? Welcome, buddy. How you doing? Peter, thank you for being in both chats. I appreciate that. Kevin Kuntz, what's going on? I use iPhone and Android. I've used iPhone before, like for work stuff. It's just I don't like the walled garden, the environment, that the sort of lockdown they have on it, all that. Yeah. Can't wait until one more month until Micro Center. Is that the Phoenix Micro Center? Nothing much, doing good. Happy to hear it. Nope, it's full orange. Awesome. Well, good on Apple. Okay. Guys, I'm doing such cool stuff. For Thursday. First off, let me show you something I've been building. Unfortunately, not all the pieces are here yet. I'm missing 2 pieces for this. But check this out. This is not its final form, clearly. But this is going to be my wireless camera for stream right here. My wireless camera rig for stream. So that when I want to show you the inside of the case, when I want to get up real close and stuff, it doesn't have to be perfectly flat on the table so that I can point the camera, top-down camera at it, zoom it in, whatever. I'm going to have a wireless gimbaled camera here that I could even wear if I wanted to. Actually, I can use this one, which is my Osmo. It's funny because this huge setup is just for this right here. My little Osmo Pocket 3 camera. The whole setup is for that. But it's going to help a lot because I have very shaky hands. So the weightier a thing is, the less shaky the footage is going to be. Plus the grips really help. All of that. It's got a light on the front, but I might switch to a smaller one that's still pretty diffused. But a smaller one than that. But this one's cool because it's like adjustable without me having to like move the whole rig. And a battery to run the whole thing. And it's all just a really, really cool setup. But what's missing is the part to make it wireless. So that's coming in tomorrow. 2 parts, actually, because it's very convoluted with those cameras. It basically needs something like an operating system to say, hey, I'm a webcam now. But there's a workaround, and you'll see that on Thursday. But I could also use this, which is the Action 2. This was my first like, oh, I'm gonna vlog now. I never vlog anyway, but this is the first camera that I got like that. I got this a couple of years ago. But this I can wear right here and just have the other stuff like on a belt pack or something. And then it's fully wireless chest camera, so you can see a first person build, which would be pretty cool. I don't know if I'll use that, but I've got it. I actually lost this camera for like a year, then I found it, which is just great. The finding part's great. The losing part wasn't so much. But also, if I wanted to, I could just run an actual camera. But the problem is I've been having problems with the HDMI on this FX30. So until I can get that fixed, I'm not going to risk it with this thing. That would be kind of neat, though. But also, it doesn't have any gimbal functionality on it like the Pocket 3 does. I think that's going to be a perfect little camera for grabbing shots now and then of just moving around and showing you the insides of the case and stuff like that. It's going to be very cool. Suction cup at the top of your head could do that. I actually have the head strap thing. Mini HDMI broken or loose. Well, Orchaos, the FX30, the FX line of cameras have full-size HDMIs, but I'm pretty sure the solder's snapped on it or something. Because I use cages on these, and they'll have a thing to hold the HDMI so that it doesn't break it. But I think the HDMI lock applied pressure to it or something, and it probably broke it loose. I have a contact at Sony now that I got it at NAB. I might be able to get them to fix it. We will see. Indianapolis Micro Center. Oh, okay. Wow. Indianapolis and Phoenix both getting Micro Centers. Very cool. Dan, guilty as charged. Absolutely a camera nerd at this point. I'm not an experienced one. That's a big difference. But I am nerdy enough to really enjoy the tech. Mini HD. Yeah, that already answered that. Cool. Cheers. 6 hours, so midnight here. That's cool. Sorry, Steve. That will be earlier then, so that's good. We might even have, and I'm not going to speak for Mike on this, but maybe, very likely, we may have Thermal Mike himself joining us for a call during the stream, which would be really cool. Just a really, really chill dude. I don't know anyone in the industry as chill as Thermal Mike. Just super cool, cool guy. We got to hang out a couple times at Computex, and it was really nice. Like where we just got to just go off, chill out, chat for a while, all that. Aside from all the busyness, there was a time where I got to hang out with Thermal Mike at the same time as Skytech Jeff, and that was cool. We got to chill for a while. That was I went to the Thermal Take dinner, and that was really nice. Just really cool people, and we just haven't really been able to work together yet. I mean, you guys know the industry was crazy for a while there, and hopefully everything is leveling out. Plan to get a guitar controller to play Clone Hero. Lone Vaquero, why not just get an actual cheap electric and do the what is it called, Rocksmith? Let's do that. You play actual guitar. I have wanted to do that for years. I even have an electric guitar that I very only slightly know how to play. I've missed Fry's. We needed Fry's in the PNW Pacific Northwest. Best Buy doesn't count. I can't believe y'all don't have. I can't believe Seattle doesn't have a Micro Center. That's just crazy to me. And I'm sure my buddy Danny would agree. Also, Roby, because he's also in Seattle. Cecil says Android is the best. Pretty much. Yep. I've been hooked on it since the Motorola Flip. That's how long I've been in the Android ecosystem. Okay. I want to show you guys another fun thing. This was a pain in the butt to do, but I got to stand up for this. This is the final thing I needed before starting into the production, restarting production of pre-built rebuilt. Got the computer, cool. Sponsors, mostly, yeah. No, this was a critical thing. Check this out. Ah, look at that. It's glorious. Yeah. This thing is 8 feet wide. When I'm done, man. Y'all don't know how long I've wanted that. Chris, I was showing the green screen. I wasn't trying to. Okay, good. I wasn't trying to. Yeah. Seattle being Micro Center less is such a bummer. Absolutely. Chris, thank you. I am feeling better. How you doing, man? Welcome. Ruti, what's up? But yeah, I wanted a ceiling mounted. I've wanted a ceiling mounted green screen for the longest time. I've got the small first Elgato green screen that just comes up from the floor. That thing's such a pain when you're done. And it's like, where do you put it away? Where do I put this? Oh, don't put it on its side in the corner. They don't want that because of the springs or whatever. Okay, cool. Or it's heavy. And then there's bigger ones. And it's like, that's a bigger problem. I've wanted a ceiling mounted one forever. I took hours to install this thing as perfectly as possible so I could have shelves back there. Y'all notice this was still there. I have it perfectly spaced from the wall to where I can have, probably that's where the build I'm doing is going to go. It's going to replace old Stream Ripper there that just does not work. And we're going to have that build back there from here on out. Anyways, really excited because the premise of pre-built rebuilt requires a lot of green screen work, and from my initial footage, I had not very good green screen footage, and it wasn't going to be at the quality that I needed. So it is now. But also, I'll be able to use that for streams. I used to love doing green screen stuff on streams, and all I got to do is move this table back, just move this desk back, and I'll be able to have full coverage green screen. But, you know, I'll have something like a shot of the background so it looks like a normal background, but I can have special effects going on, stuff like that. I know Finite Singularity is going to be real happy about it because we wanted to potentially do another stream where he shows me some of the cool stuff that he has, some of the cool tricks. Some of the stuff that we'll be able to do, it's bananas. It's really, really cool. But, yeah. Oh, Lone Volcano said, I've actually thought of getting an electric guitar. Get a cheap used one for around 150, 200, then get distortion pedal in a pocket amp and silent practice. I wanted to play Clone Hero just because I loved Guitar Hero. Guitar Hero was great. I miss that game. All right. So I wanted to show that to you guys. Is there anything else? I don't know. But Chris, dude, Thursday, big build stream happening Thursday. Birthday build stream. And I got the Purple Tower 600 from Thermal Take sent over. I've been wanting that thing since I saw it at CES. Super excited, man. That is going to be awesome. And it's going to be my new editing PC. Got pretty much the best deal. You know, I think I talked about this before, but got myself... I talked about this, on Thursday. Talked about it on Thursday. Yes, that's happening Thursday. Everything, this coming Thursday. Everything came in on time. It's insane. I got some really cool pieces commissioned from Ameridan. By the way, Chris, if you're wanting something like this glowing sign back here, like for your logo or something, for your background, talk to Ameridan and commission him on that. because he's awesome. It makes really, really high quality stuff. So you got to stream green screen dream then. Yes, Steve, absolutely. 100%. Say that 10 times fast. Anyways, so we do have, let's see, am I doing the right stuff here? Yes. And that is, okay, yes. All that's good. Let me get to my form here, and we're going to get started. If we have anybody waiting, we'll find out. Okay, session expired. It does like every day. Sure thing. Thanks, Google. Speaking of hype, seen that button feature on YouTube yet? Interesting. What button / feature are we talking about? Which one? Braxton, welcome. How you doing, bud? Oh, you know what? You reminded me of something. This is my bad for not doing this earlier. Unless I already did. Hold on. There we go. There you go, Chris. I don't know why I didn't do that earlier. A YouTube hype feature being added. People get free hype credits to hype videos for creators 500 to 500k subs. Huh. Why limit it to... Oh, from 500 to 500k. That's really cool. I like that. So maybe the swarm can help once videos start going up again. The swarm can help push that a little bit. Why am I in this view already? How long have I been there? Oh well. You have to like the video. Interesting. I mean, if you're trying to hype something, you should like it too. I was trying to show you something. I don't remember what I was trying to show you. What was it? No, I wasn't trying to show you something. I was trying to do something in, just add a roll to you there. You don't see a little diamond there showing up? Maybe? It's right there. Yeah. Braxton reminded me of it. Where you can push a video in the algorithm. That sounds really helpful, though. I can see it in my analytics, but I haven't seen the button on videos yet. It pushes up a separate hype tab, not necessarily algo. Why? Let people inform the algorithm. Why wouldn't they do that? That's like, oh, that's such a missed opportunity. Oh, of course, man. Absolutely. 100%. Oh, we got an ad now. Okay. Okay, I changed my layout, and I'm not sure how I'm going to like it. We'll see. Wait, did I not finish this one? I did. I'll mark that green. What was I thinking? Okay, so it looks like we had a couple of people join. One of them was on the 2nd. That was I'm Flying TBH. I don't think they'll be here right now. So... Adrian's Web Videos is on the list here. So I don't know if they're actually here, but they do have to let me know. Got to drive home from work now. All right, alert time. You got it, Chris. Drive safely, please. But yeah, so we have here Adrian's Web Vid. I'm not sure. I haven't seen anyone with that name talking in chat, so I don't know who that is. Yeah, I don't see anything matching this in chat. So I guess Whoever filled out the form, please put in chat at Brayathorn, I'm on the list. If you're on YouTube and if you're watching on Twitch, please use the emote that you're about to see on the screen here. And that is this one right down there. There it is at the bottom. It says, I'm on the list. Now, you do need to be following the channel to use that. If you're not following the Twitch channel, it won't show up for you. But it's a free emote. It just lets me know that you're on the list and you're waiting for help. I vote you add a not on the list emote button. Chris, you gonna jump into Photoshop and make that for me? I don't know. It seems like a nothing burger. I don't know if I want to do that. It sounds like, I mean, by not using the first emote, you're automatically insinuating the second emote. I guess I should go ahead and wipe my Xbox so I can pass it down to my little sister. Yeah, I mean, you're a PC gamer now. Adrian Gonzalez at Braithorn. I'm Adrian's web videos. Okay, Adrian, that's the thing, is that it needs to match. You see, that's why this picture was put, why I put this picture here. I understand your name, Adrian, is there. But, I mean, I guess I can proceed with that because Adrian is matching at least. But yeah, just, you know. It's funny because I still have this here where it says I'll roast you if you don't follow the instructions. And I don't really do that anymore because I lost the feel for it. It kind of felt like, I don't know, bullying or whatever. And I don't like that. Even though it was just all in good fun, not everybody was into it, I guess, you know? Or some people were like, oh yeah, roast me, let's go. But not everybody. So anyways, we'll see how the rest of the forum went for you. Some Xbox games are still not playable on PC, and if you have Game Pass Ultimate, you can play on both. True. But or Chaos, if Lone Vaquero is intending to just strictly game on PC, I mean, yeah, that might require buying a couple extra games, unless you just get Xbox Game Pass or you have your Microsoft account on there. Maybe that works. I don't know. I haven't been an Xbox gamer for like 10 years. Which I only did that for a couple of the exclusives here and there. Like I liked Gears of War and some of those games, Mass Effect, all that. But not that Mass Effect was exclusive; it just wasn't on PC for a really long time. But yeah, I mean, however that works. But I don't know. They might want to. The goal might have been to sort of pass down the Xbox. You know, roast got old, I guess. I don't know. I kept them fresh. It's just. I didn't really like the concept of making anybody feel unwelcome at any point. So let's take a look at the rest of this here. So you did say you're here. I appreciate that. All right. Oh, look at that. We're starting with a pre-built. Heck yes. Looking at Digital Storm. Heck no. Not a fan of Digital Storm. Be honest with you. Digital Storm has some practices that are not up my alley. Even if you've had a decent experience with them before, or you know people that have in the past, just the way that they've been doing stuff for a while, for the past few years, so enough minor red flags that I'm just like, nah. There are so many SIs out there. Like, is it Stream Elements birthday? Is that what that icon means? Oh, it's a chat bot. It indicates that it's a chat bot. That's good. Yeah, 3K in Digital Storm. Good luck. So yeah, Adrian, if you don't mind, what is the actual maximum budget in a solid number, not a range? This helps for my charts, but whenever I actually do the thing, I need to have a solid budget to work with. I don't recommend, you can't really change this later, so whatever you're going to go with. Gaming content creation, video editing, coding / game design. Braxton, what's going on over there? $3,200. Okay. Well, again, not roasting. However, I would like to point out that there is a $3,000 to $3,500 option here. You may have been rushing through the form, I imagine, but that's why I highlighted the word maximum with so many different misused punctuation here. And the reason that's a thing is because this is what I use to inform myself on the current market trends in terms of consumers, things like that. And while you're here, you should be here. So that artificially inflates this number and artificially decreases this number right here. So yeah, but okay, 3,200. You got it. You got it. See, that's not a roast. That's just an explanation. Braxton, you are on the list. That is indeed true. This should be interesting, though. Racing rig, and I'm wanting to build for F1. Awesome. Well, first time out, and I'm batting 1K. It's okay. The one reason I go over these things whenever this stuff comes up is also to help anybody else who's in chat and going through the form, and it maybe will help them sort of get things sorted with the form. But so we're looking at gaming content creation / video editing and coding / game design. This is a pretty complex build. But I am going to, and don't worry, you're not the only person that comes in and talks about Digital Storm. I mean, they market pretty hard, so it's not unusual to hear that name thrown around. It's just, I'm glad you came here. Vero, by the way, which color carpet is best for my PC to sit on? I think you've asked this one before, and that would be whatever color the top of your desk is. But also, you asked earlier, how was Silksong for you? It didn't go well. I'm gonna be honest. It was an experience for sure. I complained about the same thing same things that everyone else has been complaining about. But yeah, it was rough going. But I had fun most of the time, except when I didn't. Welcome back, Zintech. Had to deal with eating food. Rough, I know. Sozo4110, I'm offended. Hi, offended. I'm dad. Okay. Yeah, I don't pay for my own Game Pass. Stepdad, you made an account with mom's email. First, I got an Xbox, PC Game Pass. Wow. I'm happy for you, or I'm sorry that happened, but I ain't reading all that. I'm kidding. But that's a complex situation, sounds like, I guess. You plan to play exclusively PC. Yeah, you don't need Xbox. Got it. Baconator, what's up? Hey, I just got a tough B650. That has BIOS 3024. Well, very specific. Okay. Baconator, if it's from August 2024, go ahead and update the BIOS if you feel safe doing that. But I'm going to give you a piece of advice. Okay. Put it on an uninterrupted. Get yourself an uninterruptible power supply, a UPS. You should have one anyway. It can help save your PC. If your power goes out, you can then shut your PC down properly, all that. But the main thing is when you're doing a BIOS update, you need to not lose power because that can brick your motherboard. So, but yeah, other than that, yes, go ahead and update your BIOS. Poor man's statistics getting butchered. Yeah, they are. Okay. Yeah, I have one, but I'll be sending it to a PC shop for them to do all the PC build. Okay. Well, sure. But yeah, you want newer BIOS. Yes. But welcome to the stream. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started with Adrian's build here. Now, for this... Gaming, content creation, video editing, coding, game design, boot. Now you're talking about price to performance here. It's funny that you chose price and performance and went with a boutique builder, quote unquote, that is Digital Storm. But if you're looking at price to performance, an ultra wide, I imagine probably the 1440p vertical version. I don't. What I was going to go with was going to be. Oh, we can do that for. Well, you did say Paradox. Braxton did say Paradox, but okay. If you're going price to performance, let's go with a volume seller then, and see what we can get for 3200. We'll start with Skytech and move on from there if they don't have anything that I like for that price, because they have some truly ridiculous deals lately. Oh, let me check something else here. You said that you do plan on upgrading your CPU down the line. Damn. All right. Well, okay. Shiru, what's up? Hi, I just need help for a GPU, but I'll wait for these two people. What do you mean you need help for a GPU? What does that mean? Okay, let me ask you this, Adrian. What by the coding / game design, what do you mean there? What are you going to be doing in that regard? Choosing a GPU. Okay. Okay, Shiru, if you're looking for a certain FPS, I'm not going to guarantee you FPS. The number one factor, well, I mean, of course, your GPU is a main factor there, but if you just have an open budget and you want the highest FPS, you just buy a 5090, I guess, but most people don't need a 5090. I'm a software dev, business and web apps. I must have misread the game design. No. Coding, that works with coding and game design. That fits within that. I don't know if I titled that category correctly, but that works for that. I should have put dev in there. Okay, so cores would be good there. For video, for content creation / video editing, though, let's talk about what the top of the heap is for that. But no gaming dev or design. That's okay. That's okay. I mean, it kind of falls under coding, I guess, even if you're using pre-made code, which is what, like if you're adding plugins or if you're adding things like that, if you're getting code off of GitHub or whatever, you're still coding, kind of. I don't know how that works for you, but yeah, that falls under coding, I would say, I guess. But anyways, let me ask you this. What software are you going to be using for video editing? You know what software suite you're going to be using is going to be Adobe? Are you going with DaVinci Resolve? What are we looking at? Yeah, okay, Shiru, go ahead and fill out the form that's linked in the description to get yourself on this list to be in line to get help, okay? Because if you just wait for me to finish with these two, someone else is probably going to jump in there and fill out a form, and then you'll have to wait until they're done too. So yeah, the way it works around here is you fill out that form. I'll need you to give me a parts list essentially of all the other components in the build, so that I know I'm not putting a GPU in a system that doesn't have enough of a power supply in there. And what I recommend for that is that you use PC Part Picker to throw all the parts that you're getting, the actual parts preferably. And then in the end of the form, there is a place for you to link that PC Part Picker list. Now, that sounds like a whole lot of trouble, but you are getting free advice here. So there you go. And then you just put your link to the PC Part Picker list here. It's going to look a little different for you. This is where you make the form, but whatever. You put the link right there, and then I can just update the list, give you a link to that, and you're good to go. But having a PC Part Picker list with all your components is actually a good thing anyway. You'll want to keep that around, just in case. So what I was going to show you was this. You can use DaVinci Resolve. Okay. Tanmay, okay, I'm on it. Is it going to, are you going to, I mean, I imagine you're going to pay for it and get the professional version of it, or are you just doing it as a hobby, and are you going to just get the free version and use, do hobby video editing? What are we looking at there? Why is it doing that? Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Bone Shock, what's up? I am feeling better. Much better, actually. Hobby and free version. Okay. In that case, your GPU is only really going to matter in terms of gaming, because with DaVinci Resolve free, it does not use GPU hardware acceleration for video editing. So your CPU is going to be more important there. And currently, the top CPU is the 9950X3D. Then you have the Core Ultra 9 285K from Intel, and 9950X from AMD, 9900X from AMD, and the 265K close behind. And the 9900X3D kind of keeps up with everything else too. Okay, nice. Here we go. 64 gigs DDR5 6000, 9900X3D, as we saw, it's up there with. There's really not a huge difference between CPUs in DaVinci Resolve until you go to like the most expensive ones on the market. But this has 64 gigs of DDR5, which can be very, very nice for video editing. 2 terabytes Gen 4 M.2 drive. X870 motherboard, which is nice. That's a higher end motherboard there. You don't pay attention to the motherboard you see in this picture because it looks very cheap, because it is. It's actually M-ATX. Why they do this and use like the cheapest and wrong sized motherboard for their hero photos for their PCs, I will never know. Maybe Jeff would like to come in and let me know why, when they're going to be doing the glamour shots for their PCs that are the general pictures, because this tells you, hey, the one you buy might look different. Why they make the glamour shots, why they use the cheapest motherboard possible, I don't know. This is why I don't put an M-ATX motherboard in a full ATX case, because that's just, what is this space even for? 1000 watt gold ATX 3.0 power supply, 360 millimeter AIO, and I would say a very nice fish tank style case. Nice little wood accent there. I think this would be a pretty rad PC for what you're doing. 2 terabytes is a good start for sure. But of course, adding storage is one of the easiest things you can do. And you get a 5080 with this, which is going to be, I mean, the 5080 is second best GPU on the market. I guess there's an argument for the 4090 there, but 5080 gets DLSS 4, which actually the 4090 does get a lot of those features as well. Okay, well, 4090s are hard to get and pretty overpriced these days. But yeah. Vaquero, you got it? We'll be here. Megatron 388. Can you tell me if I mount a 4080 FE in a Thermaltake Tower 250 300, will that work or risk problems? Any thoughts would be great. No, it wouldn't be any problems. Be fine. Those can fit pretty big GPUs. And yeah, you should be fine. Shiru is on the list. All right. Empire of Noise, welcome. How you doing? Go ahead and mark you down, Shiru. But yeah, I think this would work for you. 50 series gets RTX hair. The 4090 does not. All right. If you want the hair, you got to get that 50 series. But Adrian, how are we feeling? You good? Also, this price is before my discount. You could use some of that. Basically, it's going to come down to probably like $28.50 or something. So you could use some of that extra to get additional warranty over the 1 year. But let's see what this comes out to with my discount included. What's up, Chris? How's it going? Christopher Crawford, welcome to the stream. How you doing, bud? All right. Let's add my discount code, see what it comes out to. SWARM Swarm. Oh, it takes $90 off. So $29.09.99. There you go. Now, for those of you who are new here, you might be like, oh, of course he takes them to a site where he has a code. Yeah, there's like a dozen of those. I have codes with a lot of different SIs that have gained trust within the community and with me by being consistent with customer service, quick to react whenever there's issues, and sending out good build quality. The reason I do this is because in lieu of asking you guys to do this stuff, not this, no, don't do that. Okay. In lieu of asking you guys to do this stuff down here, where it costs you money to support what I do, I'd rather save you money, and then that supports what I do. And that's what these coupon codes allow for. So there you go. Better than what I've found so far. Absolutely. Definitely more PC than you'd get for the money from Digital Storm. So yeah, I because PCs are so expensive, and you got to remember, I started doing this at the tail end of, well, I started doing the pre-built content during the GPU shortages, but it was at the when that was petering out, when that was ending, things were still overly expensive, and I didn't feel good about asking people to not only, you know, hey, you got a budget for a PC and give me $5 a month or drop a dono or bits or whatever. It didn't feel right asking for more money when you're already making a huge investment. So yeah. Now, something to be aware of with the 9900X3D is that it is basically two CCDs, two chiplets with 6 cores each, and only one of those has 3D cache. So when you're gaming, the other one shuts down. The one without X3D, without 3D cache. Okay, the other chiplet shuts down, so that you have only gaming stuff going through. All your gaming bits and boops go through just the 3D cache chiplet, and it keeps things really fast that way. So essentially, you'll have something like a 9600X3D whenever, which I guess exists or will exist, whenever you're gaming. When you're not gaming, though, you have all 12 cores, 24 threads. So yeah, this should be a really solid system for getting into video editing there. And if you do choose to eventually pay for the full version of DaVinci Resolve, you'll have a 5080 to leverage for DaVinci Resolve GPU accelerated graphics and stuff like that. Yeah, Vero does have core parking. Adam, it's not my birthday yet, but thank you. That is not till Thursday. For those who weren't here at the beginning of the stream, Thursday's going to be a massive birthday build stream. We're going to be doing an awesome PC build, probably the best one I've ever done. I've never been as excited as I have for a PC build. It's going to be awesome. That is going to be Thursday starting at 6 p.m. Central, and there's going to be a giveaway live on stream. So you can also get yourself a Tower 600 case. Asterisk. Is it asterisk or asterix? How do you say it? Anyway, let me give you a link to this build right here. I'll even put my code on the end. It might populate the code for you automatically. We will see if that works. I've never actually looked into it, but hey, there you go. There's your link right there. Didn't mean to do that. There we go. The code is SWARM to get your discount on that. Windows 11 Pro. What's up? Huh? No, this says Windows 11 Home. It says the home version of Windows 11. Which, not a huge difference for the average user, for sure. Even a lot of power users don't need... well, depending on how you would define power user, but most people don't need Windows Pro. Meridan says, oh, hey, if everyone's looking for a moderate rig, APC has a bunch of bundles for sale that were used for Sim Gaming Expo in Chicago this past weekend. Discounted prices and come with monitor, mech, keyboard, and mouse. Don't know how long they will last, just FYI. So APC, Dan, so Newegg? I don't know. I don't know if I'd put my name on that, but they're fine, I guess. It's just Newegg support. I don't know if I'd want to go through Newegg support. I was entering Tenmei. He must have misread. 9800 X3D doesn't have core parking. Oh, wait. 9900 X3D. Vero, yeah. We were talking about a 9900 X3D. So I thought that's what you were... I did misread that. Yes, let me enlarge the text in this window here. There we go. It's a little easier for me to see now. Well, that doesn't seem to work anymore. Interesting. There we go. But yeah, the 9800 X3D does not need core parking because it only has one chiplet. No, Alexander PCs. Oh, when you say APC, sorry, I thought you meant APC, which is also Alexander PCs, but it's also Newegg's APC. I would definitely put my name on that. That's cool. Bergie, what's going on? Yep, feeling much better. Yeah, that's new. APC is Newegg's in-house brand. Their in-house SI. All right, Braxton. You have been summoned. No, I do not mean armored personnel carrier. Yeah, I literally have an APC UPS on my table desk. Well, APC is not their in-house brand. APC's been around for a long time. Maybe it's Newegg's in-house brand, but I don't think so because it's in a lot of stores and stuff. But thanks for telling me. I'm surprised, Dan, that TJ didn't tell me. I haven't talked to him in a while, though. All right. So, Braxton, what is the actual max budget for the build?
Braxton 1823, please report to the principal's office. Braxton 1823, please report to the principal's office.
No more than 7,000. Okay. Can I make a recommendation, Braxton? Just a little recommendation. I would like to see what we can do with my custom builder over at Sick PCs. I like Paradox a lot. Paradox is awesome. but I don't have my own builder over there. And for a boutique build like this, I want to see what Mikey can do with that. Did I save it? I saved it, didn't I? No, I just have to go get it real quick. 1 second. I could have sworn I saved the link to that. Maybe I did. Hold on. No, I guess I didn't. Hold on. I love the link because it's like build your own Braethorn. That's great. Skeeter Gaming, thank you for the Prime sub. 9 months. Look at that. What? Let's go, nerds. Welcome to the Swarm. Yada, yada, yada. You're already part of the Swarm anyway, so welcome. Thank you. How's it going, Skeeter? I like the thing at the bottom. That's new. It is new. Yes, indeed. Wait, did I miss that happening? Hold on. No, I have not missed bits happening during the stream. Okay. Tanmay said, hi, Rurutu in Twitch chat. Tanmay, Rurutu cannot see that. There is no YouTube chat on stream. Ray has been productive today. Oh, you got no idea, Jord. Oh, wait, no, you do. You do. Brax, also, he'll probably build it on his stream, which means you can likely see it before it arrives to you. Yes, and be part of that experience. Now, I mean, this, okay, so for those who hadn't seen it before, this is Sick PCs, but not just the Sick PCs website like normal. This is my builder on Sick PCs, which is why you see stuff like the King 95 Pro, certain motherboards. I got to pick the motherboards that went onto the list here, all that. And y'all know how obsessed with motherboards I get. So, Braxton, let's see here. TJ did that, and it was nice to watch. It is very cool. Yeah, and I really like the setup that Mikey has for it. He's really put a lot of work into his streaming setup. So, Fantex Evolve X2, very cool looking case. We're looking at what we're doing here. You're just doing it for Racing Sim. You're doing that for F1 Racing Sim, right? Okay. So there's a Fantex Evolve 2, absolutely beautiful looking case. You wanted your build in white, which, awesome. There you go. They have the Haven HS420, which is massive and awesome. Very cool case. The Shroud Special Edition PC is put into this case from Main Gear. If I'm just giving a reference as to where you might have seen it before. I say, what is it? Little sister wake up tomorrow and be semi-surprised when mom or stepdad sets it up for her. Say semi-surprised because I have told her I would potentially be gaming with her after getting the PC, but also still surprised because it's just a random day of the week. Hey, nah, it's Xbox Day. Rutu says, can I has PC too? I mean, there with a few extra steps, sure. Okay, so case. They also have stuff like the NV5, some of the other cases available from Sick PCs as well. But I would say King 95 Pro is always a good bet. But the Evolve X2 is gonna. I love what Mikey does with this case. He does a great build in these, so it's what I'm gonna recommend to you. Show it, please. I mean, sure. Hold on. How's that? Blueberries are good. I do not see the Thermaltake 600 in Future Dusk. Not yet. Probably gonna have it. Nick says, yo, is it normal to have 90-100x3D go up to 100% usage and 80 degrees when loading into a game? Nick, does it stay there? Yeah, there's really nothing else like this on the market. It is one of the slickest looking PCs ever. Plus, if this is gonna be part of a sim rig, you might, and I'm not going to encourage this, but you might end up putting it on or near the floor. This does have something that pushes down. You can't see it because of my thing down there, but you can kind of see it here. It has something that pushes down any kind of carpet to give free airflow to the bottom fans. What's up, Alucard? How's it going? Okay, if it doesn't stay there, Nick, you're probably fine. And if you're gaming at 1080p, you're gonna see higher CPU usage throughout gaming. But if you're gaming at a higher resolution, you'll see much less CPU usage. Okay. Wood flooring. Okay. All right, so we'll select that. Probably go 9800X 3D. Oh boy. Let's see. I'll probably go with a Fantex cooler. And of course, a white motherboard, which we have a few really nice choices for here. But I'm probably going to say the Gigabyte X870E. It's a little bit much for a gaming only PC, but it has solid I/O, which is important for a sim rig in some cases. Depending on the kind of sim rig setup you have, whether it has a dedicated hub, a proprietary hub, or not, that can make a big difference. But this has solid I/O, so we can totally go with 64 gigs of RAM, so I don't see why we wouldn't. I don't see a silver kit for this, unfortunately, but should be fine. Just one small part of the build. Sorry. Just trying to figure out some stuff. Try not having my 7800X 3D PC not be a toaster for no reason or on near idle. Really? Yeah. Have you tried turning off PBO? I'm not against a black and white build. It's just the RAM. It's just one little, it's like 2 little slivers of it. You'll barely see it. 2 terabyte 9100. That's the 1 terabyte there. I can just go 2 terabyte. There we go. There we go. So our PCIe Gen 5 over 14,000 megabytes per second sequential read speed. PBO is off currently in eco mode. Don't know what's going on with that. BIOS up to date? I don't know why I'm asking you this stuff. You know what you're doing. Thanks so much. Always here answering my PC questions. Hey Nick, that's what we do. It's all good. So super fast storage. I don't even know if you need 2 terabytes if it's a dedicated PC for a dedicated rig, but you might end up adding more games to it, you know. And we're gonna go with a. Now I don't know if we'll be able to do a white one, but we'll try to. We'll try if they see if it's listed here. Why did I just not hit 5090? And there are white options there. Go gigabyte, match the motherboard. We'll go with a Platinum Seasonic Vertex PX1200. Yeah, it's a PCIe 5.0 compliant power supply. What? What was that? Yeah, it's a power supply, obviously. That's a power puppy. It's just a typo. It's fine. So this is awesome because what Mikey had to do was he had to look at every case that he's going to offer and figure out how many extra fan placements there are and put that number here. So there are 7 fan slots available because the case doesn't come with any fans. You have 3 that come with the radiator, with the AIO. And we're going to go Fantex D30s. And then there's a reverse airflow ones. So we're going to get... wait, how are there 7? Oh, because this is not counting the 3 that come with the AIO. It's not counting those. So really, we just need 4 fans. 1 standard flow for the rear, and then 3 reverse flow for the bottom. There we go. Most likely not at this point. Been a while since I ran this one. Yeah, you'll want to update the BIOS. That's probably it. It's power delivery stuff. Windows Power Plan might lower the gigahertz a la carte if you don't mind lowering its performance like it's a laptop. That's always an option. Cryptos in the PC, the inhumanity. Even the Eco with 1700X still idles in mid to higher 30s. I mean, AMD CPUs, Ryzen CPUs tend to idle pretty high. FYI, I will be flying to Nice. To Nice? Are you talking about like the city? Nice? The D30s really look nice too, Rex. They're gorgeous fans. They're some of my favorite fans on the market, period. Oh, there's just a 3-pack here. Why are we doing 3 individual ones? This is a little cheaper. There we go. Windows 11 Pro. I mean, there's still budget left. Do you? I mean, this is 9800X3D 4090 boutique build, and there's still budget left. 64 gigs of RAM, 2 terabytes of the fastest storage on the market. Well, I don't know if that's still the same. I mean, very, very good storage. But let me ask you this: do you want to dress this thing up with some custom sleeved cables? And I'm talking about, these are not extensions. These are custom cables, fully custom cables. You can go with the strimmer kit, so you have RGB cables in there. What did you say for RGB? You said yes, and a lot of it. I'm going to recommend the strimmer cables then. It'll be flying sims. Got it. But fine, if it's fine, then sure. Just want to say I appreciate the work you put in, Sir Sozo. Thank you. I appreciate that comment you just made. Thanks. Tanman, why are you saying poor Mikey? Mikey's gonna love building this thing. These things that I'm always talking about, these add-in cards for more IO. Because of me, Mikey added these to the configurator. You can add one in just in case you need more USB ports. Oh, Braxton wanted 4 terabyte storage. Where was that? Oh, add 4 more terabytes. Got it. We'll go back to storage. Thank you for the heads up, Tanmay. Appreciate it. I don't know how I missed that one. Okay, so I go here, and I go 4 terabytes. Now, I don't think I'd do the 9100 for additional storage like that. But the Inland Performance Plus, which guess who got Mikey to add this to the builder, is a great option there. 4 terabytes, Inland Performance Plus, Gen 4. There you go. Very fast. Oh, poor Mikey for the typo. Got it. Huh. I will say, though, if Mikey's getting these for a price where it comes out more expensive than the 990 Pro, I would just go for the 4 terabyte 990 Pro. Yeah, it's like $40 difference. 38 to be specific. See Mikey be more of a dog guy than a cat guy? I actually never asked him. Okay, so I'm gonna recommend, and you can remove these if you want. Do I have stuff in my cart already? I'm gonna have to do this all over again. Hold on. Oh, actually, I can do it here. Clear cart. Perfect. I still have to start over. How did that happen? Okay, that's all right. That's right. It's fine. This will be fast because I've already made the choices. So we settle on a 2 terabyte drive and a 4 terabyte drive, right? So you got your wireless streamer cables there. They're freaking awesome. They're going to look gorgeous in there. And do you want the additional, it's just $42. Do you want the additional USB card in there? So you just have extra IO just in case your sim rig needs it. Because I'd rather you have it and not need it than need it and not have it. And it's a drop in the bucket with this budget. Wait, how did that happen? Well, I've got my discount code, so that should bring it down. Yes. Okay. There might be some repeated. Oh, also the 4 terabyte drive added in, plus the streamer cables. Maybe we'll get in the cart. We'll remove any items that we can remove stuff there. Let's see. Let's see what we get to here. Excuse me? Stupid question. How many fans? I think I only chose 1 fan and not 4. Nope, I chose 1 fan and a 3-pack. So that's 4. What do you mean? Let's do this all over again. Mikey! Dude's like always hanging out in my streams. Let's go for the gold. That'd be good. So yeah, 1 exhaust fan, and then 3 reverse flow intake fans on the bottom. 3-pack. Okay. Speaking of I/O, the Gigabyte Z890 Aorus Master motherboard you picked from my rig is loaded with I/O. It absolutely is. This generation, Intel had better I/O than AMD did. Just in general, and you can check them. Like, compare them to each other. Intel motherboards just have better I/O. You should see the motherboard I'm going to be using on Thursday for that build stream. It's insane. And what a deal that was. That was insane. And I have Alucard to thank for pointing that deal out to me. $600 motherboard for $270. I did not catch power supply. 1200 watt Seasonic. Can't get much better than that. Seasonic is the name. Legary, what's up? Welcome. Yeah, I don't know why this is not adding to cart. Okay. Well, Braxton, let me get Mikey to fix this. I will whisper you a link to the build. Once I get that, he might show up in stream here in a bit. I don't know. He could be busy. He is a person with a life and stuff. So I can't always expect him to be hanging out in streams. I will hydrate, Bergie, sure. And there you go. But okay, we figured out the build. And I'll remember all that. That's not a problem. Pretty easy to do. But that's roughly what it's going to look like. Different looking GPU and only 2 sticks of RAM instead of 4. One thing I'm going to ask is if Mikey can get the Trident Z Royal Neo for that, so it matches the build better. Which is this. It's hold on. I think if I click here, it'll take me to the RAM. No, it won't. Okay. This is all Shopify. It's Shopify stuff. I don't blame Mikey for this at all. It's Shopify's thing. But this, where is it? This is Trident Z Royal. It's just getting a 64 gig kit of that. That's what's not listed here. Trident Z5 Royal. Neo. Sorry, Trident Z5 Royal Neo. That'd be so cool. They had that in my previous build. It's nice stuff. Yeah. Which is better, 12th Gen i5 or 14th Gen i3? For what, Legary? I mean, 12th Gen is 12th Gen i5 if you need more cores, 14th Gen i3 if you need better frequencies. But typically, if you can go 12th Gen, you're a little safer off that way, but an i3 is not really going to be at risk of the microcode stuff. Besides, microcode's been updated, yada, yada. Trying Z5 Royal Neo Wick Edition. I don't think that would be bright chrome, though, Alucard. It'd probably be all blacked out, though. It's the suit, you know? Let's make a parts list and send Mikey a message. I mean, I suppose I could do that. I have sent Mikey a few messages, actually, at this point. I could also probably just do this in the standard builder, but I don't think he has this motherboard in the standard builder. And this, for white builds, there is no nicer looking motherboard than the X870E Aorus Elite Ice, or any of the Ice motherboards in general. Both of them technically would be in all black. Well, I mean, yeah, 2 sticks, both of them. Duh, I'm kidding. Okay. Don't know where I was going further. For gaming, probably the 14th gen i3. But because really the improvement was in 13th gen with, and there are still plenty of games that rely on single core performance, but hard to say. If you just say i3 and i5, I mean, you're talking about, you could be talking about a 12400 i5, or you could be talking about a 12600K i5. Very different story. The Stealth Ice is absolutely sick, 100%. But yeah, this should fit within the budget after my discount code. It's just I can't show that because I can't fill the cart and apply my discount. Is it a percentage off? Yes, but I don't remember the percentage number right now. But okay. All right. As soon as I can get that, I will get that for you, Braxton. And you'll find it in your Twitch whispers there. Sorry about that. Bone Shock. It's the Z890 Aorus Master. Gigabyte Aorus Master Z890. The price went back up though, Bone Shock. It went back up to $600. It was an Intel Gamer Days deal. But Braxton, that's a hell of a build right there. That's going to be an incredible build. I will leave that in purple until we get a link posted on there. Shiru did not link a PC part picker list. You didn't give me a link. Why didn't you do that? Did you put together the PC part picker list I was talking about? Did you need a link to that? Here. Oh, let's just open a new tab. I'll just get that, bam. Yeah, that went away a few days ago. Online games like Warzone, Fortnite, and stuff, I think. I mean, at this point, Legary, unless you have to go Intel, go with a 7600X or a 9600X. I already built the PC. All you need is a GPU. Right. And when I was explaining what I needed you to do, I was asking you to put together a PC part picker list with the parts that you've already built. Do you remember that part of this? I asked you to put together a PC part picker list that would show essentially the parts you chose, right? So I have all the info I need to move forward with making an informed recommendation. But at this point, I'm just going to assume that you didn't pick a bad power supply, right? That you picked a good wattage. How many watts is your power supply? It's already built, so you know this for sure. How many watts is your power supply? Here we go. I'm going to have to drag the information out of you. Bit by bit. It's okay. I only spent, a good 5 minutes explaining it, but sure. It's fine. It's okay. Just I'll have a few questions for you, and once I have, just really not a lot. Okay, 1200 watt. ASUS Tough 1200 watt. Okay. And you're just trying to max out your FPS for gaming, pro gaming / esports. Out of curiosity, can you tell me what CPU you went with? Also, ultra wide resolution for pro gaming / esports competitive gaming. I don't know if I'd go with that, but the budget allows for it, I suppose. So sure. Uh, 9800X3D. Cool. 340 is a good price for that CPU. Okay. And you said you have $1,500 for a GPU. Okay, so 5080. Oh, come on. Really? Oh, no. Actually, no. I was thinking about 5070 Ti. No, $999. That's awesome. That is exactly what you need. Because that is, yep, that's right there at MSRP. Hell yeah. There you go. Okay, so grab yourself either the Asus Prime RTX 5080 off of Newegg for $999, or you can get the PNY OC card for retail for MSRP at $999, or the WindForce SFF, which I like the SFF because it's not as massive. But with a 5080, having having more fin stack, more cooling solution on there, not a bad thing. The Zotac Gaming Solid Core is also a very good option. But if you're trying to say go all Asus, which I would know if I had the PC part picker list, you could go with the Asus Prime one. These are very nice GPUs. They're an entry level one for Asus, but thank goodness they actually made those. And you don't have to go you can go up only a little bit and start getting larger cooling solutions. You can get the matching Asus Tough 5080 for only $80 more, and it'll match the aesthetic of the motherboard. The Tough being only $80 more is actually kind of awesome. They do have very good build quality on these. I would actually, surprisingly, go with this for yours, because you're not looking at like a $1,500 5080. The PSU is just, oh, okay. PSU was just on sale. Okay. Then, yeah, any one of these is going to be a solid option. And if you like the Zotac solid one, then it's an even more solid option because it's right there in the name. Let me give you a link to the GPU. Well, this will have a couple of options, but you generally want to not get the $1,800 one. There you go. Just go there, go to Newegg, and grab it, and you'll be good to go. I guess it's not too bad you didn't fill out the PC part picker list, because that didn't take that long at all, but I don't feel great when I don't have all the info. That's my problem, not your problem. Uh-oh, we got Megatron here. 180 for 1200 watt. Not bad. And Asus does put together, usually, a pretty solid power supply. Actually, we're going to check, though. We're going to check how that rated on the PSU tier list. It is a B-rated power supply made by Great Wall. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Generally, you have some pretty, when I say Asus makes a pretty solid power supply, yeah. The lowest rating is a B. That's very good. Not that they make the power supplies, to be clear. They don't make them. But that's very standard for this particular category of product. Is Megatron here? Hold on. Let me maybe say it in a way that Megatron will understand. Is this it? Is this it?
Megatron, where are you?
There you go. That'll do it. There you go. I figured the robot voice might help out a little bit. Okay. Upgrade, huh? Okay. All right. No PC part picker list. Okay. All right, Megatron, you got some explaining to do. Because I don't... Now, it does say in the form, let's see, when you're choosing whether it's going to be... How did I word this? Upgrade. Please have a list of your current components ready. So... I don't know how long ago you filled out the form, but I hope you've been getting your list of current components ready, and you can let me know what kind of upgrade you're trying to do. Filling out the part list now. All right, cool. We can wait around a little bit. Not a problem. I guess I don't know if Mikey is just like asleep, right? He does sometimes message me at like 4 in the morning, so his sleep schedule not super normal. Yeah, that is an issue that Tanmay brought up there. You're not gonna be able to post a link in chat. So you'll need to send it to me. You'll either need to put it in the general chat of our Discord or hop over to Twitch and just shoot me a whisper there. YouTube doesn't have direct messaging, so my motherboard isn't there. I guess find an equivalent. Same brand, same chipset. So if it's like X570 Asus... Asus Strix, then grab the Asus TUF X570 instead. Oh, how close are you to getting your purple build done, Bray? Everything is here, Alucard. Everything is here. We are a go for Thursday birthday build. No, it's okay, Tanmay. I mean, it's fine. Really, as long as I know the specs of the system in general, that should be fine. $4080, 13600K, 64 gigs DDR5, 6000 Corsair, and Corsair, just the whole company. All right, cool. I know you probably hit enter a little too soon. It's okay. Just needing to get the cooler, fans, and storage for mine. Nice. Yeah, the one thing missing is the actual cooler that Mike wanted to send. Thermal Mike wanted to send. They're doing a second round of QC before it goes to market, so they're holding off on those. But he just was like, I'll send you a different 420 millimeter AIO. I'm like, okay. One big thing, Megatron, is going to be... Okay, Tanmay, listen, I know you like to help. I got this. You're being very demanding with other people in chat, and they're just other people in chat. You know, it's okay. I wasn't going to ask for the name of the motherboard, but it would be good to know the chipset. If it's like... Well, I imagine it's a Z690 or Z790, because 13600K, right? But anyway, what I need to know is the power supply wattage. That's much more important than the name of the motherboard. Oh, snap. You got the best motherboard? Okay, this turned out to be actually super important, because you got the purple live mixer. You got the purple live mixer? What the hell? That's awesome. What could you possibly upgrade from there? There's no way to upgrade that from there. It's peak. It's already peak. We can't go higher than the peak. Sorry, I have a history with that motherboard. Adding Wi-Fi is an upgrade. Not if they don't need it. 850 watt power supply. Okay. So I have to ask, what are you trying to upgrade? You currently have you have a 4080 FE, which is very good. That's a very solid GPU. So what are you trying to upgrade? I probably would have gone higher than 850 for a 4080 build just to have the extra headroom. It's pushing that. That's pushing it a little bit on the math there. I probably would have gone 1,000 watts with that. I want a new case and CPU for the future. Well, I do have bad news for you. You're on a dead platform. You don't have a lot of upgrades that you can do. You could upgrade to like a 14700K, 14900K. By the way, I certainly hope you have the latest BIOS on that motherboard, because 13th and 14th gen CPUs will consume themselves. They will eat themselves up. Okay, you want a smaller case. Case is literally the only, like, what case do you currently have? I don't know what's smaller than nothing. Yeah, that's the one thing you haven't listed yet. I know I'm probably I know it probably feels like I'm harassing you here. I'm not. It's just, this is what it's like when you don't have the list ready. I got to just pull all the information out, and you're going to be like, "Oh, why is he well, we're all here. We're all waiting to help you out." So, no pressure though. It's okay. They gave holes in the I/O shield for the Wi-Fi, but did not give it. Still don't understand that logic. ASRock. Options, I guess. They did. Remember, Alucard, the price on the live mixer at MSRP was really good. And that's probably one of the ways that they managed that. It was a very good price for that motherboard with very good I/O. And that might have been one of the things that they did to get that price. I don't remember what it was, but I remember it being very good. Like, why didn't I just buy one kind of good? If only the whole 14th gen, 13, 14 gen thing hadn't happened, I would probably be putting, even if though it's a dead platform now, I'd probably be putting that in the purple build because it's a purple motherboard. But oh well. It was like 250, then down to 150 for some time. It was ridiculously priced. It was really good. Thermal take with two 200mm fans in front. Okay. You might be talking about the Tower 51. I'm sorry, the View 51. So, okay. I'll have to search up a couple cases, and you just tell me if I'm right or not. Is this it? I don't know if it's black or white, but okay. I got a soft spot for this case because I actually this was my build. This was my first build for the channel that I did. I actually kind of like this case. Even though these fans are almost fully up against the glass and they almost serve no purpose, you had side intake for the actual intake and bottom intake as well. So the airflow was fine in these. But it is, as you're mentioning, well, maybe I'm not, maybe not I'm looking. Okay. I thought you said maybe not maybe I'm not looking. I thought you said 5000D airflow still holds a place for me as it was my first build. Yeah, this wasn't my first build, but this was the first one I did for the channel. First build I did on stream was in this, actually, and it went terribly. The power supply actually burnt up right on stream. It was great. Okay. Are you sure about that? This has 3 fans on the front, probably 3 140s. This does not have 2 200 millimeters. Okay, you just want a smaller case. That's fine. Okay. And it was in black. Okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's okay, Tanmay. It only takes a couple extra words, though, to make it, to soften it. But also, like, you're usually in saying stuff before I can because, you know, I just don't, like, I'm not as quick to read chat necessarily if I'm not in that chat. You know what I mean? Yes, please. And a Ryzen CPU? Oh, so you need a new CPU and a new motherboard. You can't just put a Ryzen CPU on an Intel motherboard. That does not work. And we're going to go in here. We're going to tell it not just ATX motherboards, not EATX, so that we get a smaller case. Okay. Okay. Let's see what you said about RGB. Yes, but not too much. Okay. I like the size of the 216. Maybe the 217 or 207 actually might be really good here. Well, let me ask you real quick. Any thoughts on BTM Mobos? Are you talking about BTF motherboards? Yeah, Bergie, we don't talk about that live mixer board. They should have just made them all the same color, honestly. They should all be purple. Although it's multiple colors of purple. They should have just all been purple. IMO. But yeah, do you mean BTF? Okay. Thoughts on them is that they're good. They're cool. They're not necessary, but they're cool. That's interesting. Oh yeah, I saw that one. I think at it's an okay case. I'm not huge on it. Well, let me ask you on the case though. Even though it's going to be a smaller case, do you want it to be just like front mesh, or do you want it to be like this? Where did I just see it? Where was that thermal take one? Like this, where you have side intake fans, maybe bottom intake fans potentially, but not really, because that would be a dual chamber case, which means it's a wide case. But no, something like this, where you have side intake fans and rear exhaust, top exhaust, that kind of thing. Or do you want just like front mesh? Front intake, top and rear exhaust, standard. which is better for cooling. Well, when you're not going dual chamber and you don't have bottom intake fans, front intake can be better for your GPU specifically. Unless the case on the Montech XR, if it's like, yeah, on the Montech XR, you can mount a couple of bottom intake fans on there if you want to. And that actually makes it very good. So it's just about equivalent. As a matter of fact, it can be better for GPU cooling in a case like this if you go the optional route and add a couple of bottom intake fans, or at least one. Yeah, Bergie, you got to look at what kind of USB ports it has on there. It is mostly very slow USB 2.0, unfortunately. I would say if you want the aesthetic of being able to see all your parts really well, go with the Montech XR, get a couple of extra bottom intake fans, and there's no back intake. These don't have back intake. It's exhaust. That is exhaust on the back. Back intake is not one of the options I told you. It's front intake or side intake with some bottom fans as well. I would do this right here. I can change that if you want, but I'll also add the fans to your list here. Now, looking at the fact that you have a 13600K, what's our budget for the upgrades? Okay, your budget for just a CPU, a motherboard, and a case is not going to be $2,500, is it? What's your actual budget for CPU, motherboard, and case? You know, Bergie, one case that I said, first off, Bergie, I did say that we don't talk about it. You keep making me talk about the Orange Live Mixer. Anyway, there just so happens to be, I believe, an in-win D-frame color option that was orange, if I'm not mistaken. Could be wrong. I like the side intake. Oh, I think he meant side intake. Okay. So this is part of that thing that bothers me, where people call this the right side. They call it the back of the PC because we're so used to looking at this and thinking of it as the front. No, this is the right side. This back here is the back of the PC, but whatever. I shouldn't be correcting people just directly like that. It comes off as rude sometimes. $1,500. That's way more than you need, but okay. Looking at what you're doing, it's just gaming at 4K. You don't need anything. Like, your CPU is probably hardly part of your game's performance. But let me ask you this, Megatron. To get the most out of this, I got to... am I zoomed? I am a little bit zoomed. Thank you, Wet Willie. That's the wrong button. I'm pressing the wrong buttons all the time here. There we go. There was. My son's Naruto themed PC is the orange D-frame. Dan, there you go. I knew I saw it somewhere, and that was where I saw it, actually. Dan. You've helped educate us all. Thank you, Tadmay. I got it. And Wet Willie, thank you for retracting that. But you don't have to. It's okay. Okay. So what was I saying? I don't remember. Okay. Yeah, that's right. So let me ask you this, Megatron. To get the most out of this upgrade, tell me some of the main games that you play. Like, do you play Call of Duty or Rust? Destiny 2 and Gray Zone. What the hell is Gray Zone? Never heard of it. So I don't know whether it's CPU dependent or not. But with that kind of budget, you can go with a 9800X 3D if you want. It's just you're looking at 4K gaming. All right, to be real with you, at 4K with like 90% of games you're barely using your CPU to its full potential because it's just not as important. Your GPU is doing all the work. When it comes down to it, you wouldn't really be utilizing with most games the 9800X3D if you're gaming at 4K. It's a good problem to have. However, because your budget does allow for it, we could go with a 9800X3D. And if you do pick up a game that is CPU dependent, even at higher resolutions, which there are games like that out there, real-time strategy games can use a lot of CPU. I know stuff like City Skylines use a lot of CPU, and you've got like Call of Duty supposedly is a very high CPU intensive game. Not very CPU. It's more CPU intensive than other games at that resolution. Oh snap! Hang on, people. Igor 1980 just subscribed to tier 3. Let's go, nerds. Igor, how you been? Thank you for that tier 3 at 21 months. That's crazy. Welcome back, bud. How you doing, Igor? What's going on? How you been? Anywhere heard of Velstrom? I've heard of Velstrom, yeah. I have heard of them. Alucard, you don't need to build with every part we mentioned, especially if they're objectively bad. Like as mentioned, that orange B650 does have a lot of I/O, but it's like mostly USB 2.0. So, okay, let's just do it. Let's just do a 9800X3D. Might as well. You have the right RAM at DDR5 6000, but I don't know if your RAM has expo memory profiles. It may work. Just understand that you may find yourself having some stability issues at 6,000 megatransfers per second if it's not an expo profile, and you may need to swap out your RAM at some point, but try it out without doing that first. I mean, yeah, you're going to have support for socket AM5 for a couple more years. So probably, yeah. If your system's working, you can skip that. But if you're swapping to a new case, that's probably the time to swap your motherboard if you're going to be doing it. But I won't be putting you on another ASRock motherboard, though. And I do need to tell you, Megatron, you're probably going to need to put in a fresh install of Windows, okay? Because if you're going from one Intel CPU to another, one Intel chipset to another, you can keep your Windows install in most cases. But if you're going, and same thing with AMD, if you're going from one AMD to another AMD, but CPU, motherboard, stuff like that. But if you're going from one platform to the other, you generally want a fresh Windows install. This is a pretty good price, actually, for X870E. $317. It's not bad. I want to remind you guys, too, that there's a reason I don't actually like going for a more budget-oriented motherboard with AM5, because part of the reason you get AMD right now, part of the reason you get Ryzen is to keep that motherboard for a long time and just upgrade the CPU. So put a little bit extra into the motherboard. Have those extra features. You never know what you're going to end up wanting to do with your PC. Gigabyte X870E at about a little over $300, not bad. And we're with the CPU, motherboard, and case, you're looking at $860.37. Let's add on a few fans. And we're going to go Montech to match the other ones. Oh, they got metal fans. Uh-oh. TJ Sparks just subscribed to Tier 1. Let's go, nerds. TJ, welcome to the Swarm. Wait. Oh, not just you, not just TJ Sparks. Country Bumpkin Simulator just subscribed with Prime. Let's go, nerds. Thank you, Country Bumpkin Simulation. I appreciate that very much. What's up with you? I'm sorry I missed that a few minutes ago. I'm a bad streamer, and I'm a terrible streamer. And I repeated myself there. But thank you. Welcome to the Swarm. Well, I need to reformat my SSDs when I use a new motherboard. Tanmay is correct. Just the operating system drive. That's it. Your boot drive. What's up, John Paul? How's it going? AMD's been releasing new CPUs for AM4 still. AM5 is going to be supported for long. It's not longer than AM4 is at the moment. AMD always has supported their sockets for a very long time. John, not always. People who got second-gen Threadripper would disagree with you. And I guess by extension, first-gen. Because AMD made a lot of promises there about supporting that socket for a long time, and then they came out with a new socket the very next generation. You can ask Linus about that one. Let me get the right fans here. You want some reverse. These aren't really matching to the... They don't have the matching fans? Oh, okay. It might actually come with it. Let me see, actually. We're going to check that out. Because I've seen certain Montech cases come with an extra fan to put at the bottom. Oh, you could put 3 at the bottom here. That's something. This back one's not going to be doing a lot because your power supply goes there. That's going to take up space, but... Oh, look, they even have something like your FE 4080 there. Yo, Megatron388, thank you for the $10 super chat. Let's go, nerds. Thank you very much. That was you don't need that wasn't necessary, but I appreciate it. Igor says Ben better. The cancer came back on worse than geez, okay. Having surgery next week to have lymph nodes removed following by radiation therapy. Igor, I don't know how I missed that, but I'm very sorry to hear that, and I hope that all goes well. That is saying that they're what can you even say to that? Oh, that's a bummer. That it really does not suffice. And here I was all being happy and saying stuff, and I was just missing that. I'm sorry that I missed that, man. But I hope that you recover quickly, and that cancer realizes it's not welcome, and it goes away. I mean, like that everything that you're doing works. Here's hoping, man. It's fine to do nothing but joke about it. Yeah. That's that, sometimes that's all you can do, right? Okay, so here's what I'm going to look at here. They might not perfectly match, but I can set you up with 3 Montech fans that don't look exactly the same, but there would be reverse flow Montech fans that would go on the bottom here. I would probably just do 2. And if we look at the case, let's see if we can get a better shot of this. So looking at the case, you can see right here, there's an opening which is very conveniently there for your GPU power cable. So I would maybe put a fan here and here. because this is all perforated down here, so you can get fresh air up into your GPU, but you do need fans there to help that happen. So that's what I would do. So let me, but they might just have a 3-pack, and you might just get that. I don't know. Let me see here. If we go back to case fans, I'm gonna go back to Montech here, and that'll be the RX 120s. So let's do 2 of these. There you go. It'll look a little different from the other fans, but it's going to be under your GPU. You probably won't even be able to tell very easily. Guys, thank you for the hype train, by the way. I really appreciate that. Upside is my bad teeth are getting removed for free by my surgeon because the radiation will make them hurt if they're not removed. So getting a whole renovation there. It's funny. It may not be super obvious. I don't have very good teeth. And I've considered that before. It was one of those things where it was like, if I make it, that's, you know, if I make it, I'm gonna do that, or whatever that means. Okay, there's your parts list. And here you go. No problem, Megatron. You're good. Absolutely. Okay. Neat. Neato, gang. All right. We're getting through a lot of them tonight. But that so far, will 850 be enough power, or should I get a 1000 watt? It's what I did recommend earlier. I do recommend that. 850 can run a 4080 and a 9800X 3D, but it's sort of bumping up against the limitation I was talking about before, where you'd like to have some cushion. There's specific math for that. We don't need to get into it. Basically, 850 is at the threshold where you're fine, but you could go higher. But I don't know, jumping from 850 to 1000, it does give you room to upgrade your GPU in the future, because as we all are very easily able to tell, NVIDIA is not slowing down with their power draw requirements. You can go 1200 if you want. Hold on. Okay, let's just put a power supply in here for you, okay? I do like the A1250 GS PCIe 5, except that it has only one 8-pin PCIe power cable, which sucks. So I would probably go with the AGL, A1250GL PCIe 5. That's a B+, but good. There you go. I have to save this again. Let me save this under a different name. And there you go. There you go. New list, new you. There you go. What's up, Zeno? How's it going? Welcome. Feeling better today? Yep. A lot better. Now we get to redo my rat's nest of wires. Yeah, and adding a couple extra fans to it might be... actually, thinking about it, you should have fans left over from your View 51. But the one I recommended to you are reverse flow fans. So you get to look at the pretty side of the fan and still get intake. But if you don't want to spend the extra, you could just take fans out of your current case and put them in there. Yeah, thank you, Zeno. I appreciate it. Well, Tanmay, usually the risk of people reusing old PSU power cables, usually that risk happens when they're swapping a power supply without removing the cables that are already there for convenience. If you're completely pulling out the old PSU, you're generally going to not do that. But yeah, Megatron, don't use, like, keep those power supply cables for the old one with the old power supply. They don't intermix with other power supplies. There could be different pinouts. You could have a house fire. Generally not recommended. So let me, okay. So we now have a moment where I'm all caught up. Let me ask you guys some advice here, or your input on something. So I don't like the way that I handled, who was here on Thursday at the Twitch stream where I was playing Silk Song? I don't like the way I handled that. I don't think I handled that very well. I might have freaked out quite a bit on that one. Because I was really raging at that game. Like, you know, if I played a lot of Hollow Knight, and I expected to go in with like an edge because of that, and I think it happened to a lot of people. Actually, there were a lot of people who were raging at the game, and I really had, you know, a what is it? Whatever. I had a few rants go off. I was really pissed off. But I still love the game. It's still awesome. It's just those caveats to it, right? And I don't think the platforming comes as naturally as it did in Hollow Knight. I feel like Hollow Knight had better platforming, or at least more straightforward platforming. Let's put it that way. Anyway, I really want to play the game. I've been waiting for it for a long time. But I only stream gaming stuff on Sundays. but I want to get my genuine reaction to stuff to you guys if I'm going to be playing a game. I like playing stuff for the first time on stream. That's fun. So should I do that, just hold off on playing it until Sundays, or should I go back to playing my first time Metroid Prime playthrough on Sundays and just play Silksong for myself? Because if you want Silksong content, it's out there. Everybody's playing it. What do you guys think? I think if I'm going to rage at a game, I'd rather not do that on stream. It might be entertaining, but I don't. That's not my brand. Other than raging about PC parts and bad SIs, that's on brand for me. What do you guys think? Should I save my Silksong reactions for streams and play it on Sundays? Maybe add another gaming stream to the week. I don't know. I don't know if I can do that, but or should I just play it on my own and do Metroid Prime on stream? I was not there. Okay, Tenmei. That's fine. How you react makes it authentic. It was very authentic. Oh boy, was that authentic. It was palpable. My rage was palpable. The problem is I did something that a lot of people did, apparently, which was, what is it called? Hunter's March. I went to that area before I was supposed to, I guess, or before I needed to, really. And apparently there's really not any benefit to doing that, and it's very easy to accidentally do that. You can take that as you will. But it's a really hard area. Like that fight with the map lady. Good Lord. Not fighting the map lady, but where she joined in. That killed me. In the game many times, but also emotionally. I was not in a good place. Raging while playing Silksong or Hollow Knight is normal. Yeah, but like, I don't know. I like when it comes to Metroid Prime, that's a much slower game. It's much more like I've ranted about that game a couple times. I've sure ranted a lot about freaking Wind Waker. I don't know if I'm ever going to finish Wind Waker. It's just so infuriatingly bad on the controls. I want to, but like I wasn't having fun anymore. I was having a very bad time, and I don't game for that. Like there's a reason I'm not good at Souls-likes, and it, you know, Hollow Knight, it did take me a little time to finish it, but once I eventually got proficiency at that game, and I can breeze through it now. But that was after playing it a lot, and no one has done that yet with Silksong. I mean, we're all just new to the game. I know there's already speedrunners who are like, speedrunning.net isn't recording times for Silksong until October 1st, but everybody's already trying to get all their routes ready and all that. I don't think that's a game I could ever speedrun. But Wind Waker with its special controller would help. Yeah, Tenmei, but honestly, it wasn't worth it to me to buy the controller. Like, I know that's a special game for a lot of people, but so is Ocarina of Time, and that game controls like garbage too. And for me, like, there are timeless games, and then there are beloved games, right? I mean, you could be okay. They overlap a lot, but there's certain games where it's not quite timeless, and Ocarina of Time is like that for me, because like, you look at something like Link to the Past, those graphics look just as like they're you know, 2D graphics didn't get much better than or 16-bit 2D graphics didn't get much better than Super Metroid or Link to the Past, right? And then you have stuff that's like later 2D games, hand-drawn stuff like Hollow Knight and Ori and games like that did elevate it, but it doesn't take much away from the original Super Nintendo games and other 2D games in that era. But like, you look back at like Atari games, those didn't age as well. Because 2D gaming and pixel art and all that stuff, this was like the height of pixel art. Ocarina of Time was, and Mario 64, that was the beginnings of 3D. Like Virtua Farter. Yes, Virtua Farter. No, the original Virtua Fighter. Ugh. I would defend Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, but I know those controls are bad too. Well, see, Assassin's Creed 1, the original Assassin's Creed, the combat sucked, but they made it way better in part 2. But if you look at something like Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Mario 64, all of that, the visuals just don't age very well. They don't, because it was the beginning of that. It was early on. So when you look at something like, so basically, if it doesn't have great controls and really just play super well, it's hard to find redeeming qualities for someone who didn't really grow up playing that game. Like, I didn't have a Nintendo 64. My buddy did, and I played some N64 games like that. GoldenEye, we played tons of GoldenEye. Yes, that's an intrinsic part of my youth because of that. But, you know, that was a multiplayer game, so of course I played that with my friends. But no, I don't know. Yeah, Days of 64-bit gameplay makes sense there. Yeah, it's less timeless to me than the Super Nintendo. To me, probably my favorite console of all time, because that was like peak pixel art. I mean, you look at some of the Final Fantasy games, Chrono Trigger, Super Metroid. The pixel art in Super Metroid manages to be creepy and freaky. It's pixels, but they do it. It's all about the nostalgia with rose-tinted glasses. But there's some people who still play the games. They're just used to the quirks. If it's something I'm playing for the first time, like I played Ocarina of Time all the way through for the first time just a couple of years ago when it came out in the Switch emulator thing, the NSO, Nintendo Switch Online, or Nintendo Online account thing. And man, it was rough. I was like, ugh, man. I mean, I love the music in this game. The story is amazing. The themes, amazing. The art, oh my God, this is bad. This is really bad. Even when they when they made a like an updated graphics thing for it, really wasn't updated. It was smoothed out a little bit. It was okay, I guess. I still have blisters on my palms from the N64. If anyone remembers Mario Party, your hands will hurt. Early Mario Party, yeah. By the way, thank you guys earlier for the level 3 hype train out of nowhere. Thank you. Look, go back and play Super Nintendo's Mario Kart. It's not great to play, but as a kid, it was amazing. Country Bumpkin, Star Fox was awesome. It was awesome. Is it still awesome? I played it again in the Nintendo Switch Online Super Nintendo thing. It's rough. How many watt PSU would you recommend for a 1590 ARS Master? Vero, go 1200 watts usually or higher. I've got a heckin' chonker of a power supply going into the build on Thursday. The 1300 watt thermal take PSU with dual 12V 2x6. Not that I need that. I'm putting a 4090 in it. And playing on NSO was a bit rough. Star Fox 64 was pretty cool. And it was an improvement. But like, it's still rough, man. Like, there's some games that were, no, that was Super Nintendo. Never mind. So yeah, I guess like Metroid Prime Remastered looks awesome. I mean, but we're talking about GameCube here, right? And GameCube, things were getting better. And honestly, I love the art, the aesthetic of Wind Waker. But damn, those controls, it makes it not a timeless game for me. Because it's still pretty early 3D. Ish. I'll be here during the PC build, the backseat drive. Don't worry. I won't worry. How about that? I'm not too worried about that. I'm not sure how many PCs I've built, Vero, but it's triple digits at this point. Throughout my life, it's triple digits at this point. I'm good. But you can give it a shot if you want to. Doesn't mean I don't make simple mistakes like everybody does. Doesn't matter how much experience you have, it'll happen. But yeah. So I had a thought though. You guys were most of y'all here when I showed the big green screen that I've got now? I had a thought that maybe I should try having the top-down camera on the green screen behind me, but it might look too busy. That might be pretty cool. The only thing is my top-down camera is currently positioned in a place where if I move my desk back to where it'll be appropriately placed for the green screen, it's not going to be perfectly under my top-down camera. So I'm not sure how that's going to work. I'll wait for the refresh before I buy the 5090, but knowing NVIDIA, the stock is going to be abysmal. I mean, honestly, going with something like a 5080 Super when that comes out might be a better option than the 5090 if they don't make it like $1,700 or whatever. GameCube did a great job with the games. It did. They did. Thank you, Vera. I appreciate that. I do have a sense of humor. It does exist. It does a very good job of existing, which is nice. Oh, that X870 live mixer looks pretty good. I just saw that. Of course, it's as Alucard meant. I was just peeking at the Discord real quick because I saw I had a bunch of notifications in the. 25 is crazy. 25 USB ports. Most of them are slow though. That's 9 of them. Oh, it's 8. 8 of them are USB 2.0, but there's triple Type C. It's not bad. Why did I have pings in there? Weird. Anyway, okay. I just wanted to get y'all's opinion on that. I guess I'll probably just play Silk Song on my own and get back to Metroid Prime Remastered on Sundays. Ray, I'm stuck at work and still watching and made sure I like the stream. Appreciate that. Thank you, Darity. Appreciate that a lot. Helped a lot with my build. Happy to do so. I hope work goes well for you. Sorry, if you're listening to this as kind of a podcast, I'm sorry I'm not talking all that much. I don't have anybody to help in the on the list right now. So that's when things sort of tend to go a little off the rails there. Vero says, I'm thinking of buying a 9070 XT to give it a whirl on a 4K monitor. Want to check out AMD to see what it's like. Vero, I'll tell you this. The 9070 XT wasn't necessarily aimed at high-end 4K gaming. In fact, AMD openly stated they would not be making a high-end GPU this go-around. It can game at 4K, but when you go up to 4K, that's where the 5070 Ti kind of pulls ahead of the 9070 XT, especially if there's any ray tracing involved. Although the 9070 XT 9000 series Radeon has improved ray tracing over the previous generation, and FSR 4 is great. However, so at 1440p, the 9070 XT trades blows with the 5070 Ti, and it's cheaper. But at 4K, the 5070 Ti, I played all kinds of games on the 5070 Ti, and it never slowed down. Not one moment. Will, what's going on? Welcome. How are you? However, if you're looking at something like, 1440p gaming, the 9070 XT you'll find it's perfectly capable. No matter the game, you're good to go. I don't know if maybe something like Indiana Jones or something where it's like, oh, NVIDIA this, NVIDIA that, where like they developed it in conjunction with NVIDIA and all that, where that might be an issue, but I don't think so. Almost gave up. Thank you for the follow. I used to have a little notification whenever someone followed. I should bring that back. That was on my OBS setup. Right? Maybe. Onion78, welcome. What's up? Yeah, I might have noticed I have these out because I was testing the lighting with the new green screen, and these are going to be great because it's just these like magnetic inflatable lights from Newer. So whenever I need to put them up, really easy, just bam, there you go. Another cool thing is actually these light stands as well. Like I'm just going to put this in the cup holder there, and it's just chilling. But check out this light stand. Okay, if you're not into camera stuff, this isn't going to matter, but like, look at this. So it's just, it was tall, and this actually gets really, really tall. Like, you can't tell. I'm too close to the camera, but check this out. That's the whole thing. Super compact. Love these. I'm usually a fan of Newer for stuff like this, but wait, what brand is this? Is this Ulanzi? I don't remember what brand this is. It might be Ulanzi. They've kind of got them beat on that. Gave me some tips on my website. Well, my username was my company's name. Thank you so much. Made modifications. Also switched from Wix to Shopify. Okay. Onion78. What was the site again? What was the company called again? But yeah, all I got to do is set them up like that on each side to light the green screen. I might have one from the ceiling as well because I have a third one of those inflatable tube lights. Maybe if it needs it. Onion Garden. Right. I remember. Okay. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. How's that going for you? You get some orders in? It can take time to get traction on that if you haven't been doing it for that long. Did I drain the battery on this thing? Hold on. I might have. It's going good. Got a bit of sales. Got a first. Oh, $3,000 on PC. Nice. Glad to hear it. Oh, that's fine. 95%. So again, guys, you got to be here Thursday. It is going to be. I want it to be Thursday already. It's going to be the best build I've ever done. And I don't often get to build PCs on stream, okay? So I need you to be here for this. It's going to be awesome. Posture check, sure. It's there. It's not great, but I've got some. Just like how I was talking about my sense of humor earlier. Not going to be here, sadly. Oh, Zeno, okay. Sorry to hear that. It's going to go for a while. It's going to be probably a 6-hour stream from 6 p.m. Central to probably about midnight. And I am going to be doing a giveaway on that stream. So be here if you can. You know, if you can't do it, it's okay. I'll be here. Don't mess it up. You got it. Country Bumpkin. Now I won't. Because you said that. I was going to. I was thinking about it. Vero, just better cards and hopefully not so faulty connector. Well, Tanmay, they do have one with a 12V 2x6. I forgot who made that one. Global giveaway or NA only? I guess it could be global because of the way I'm going to do it. This might be the only time I can do a global giveaway, so I'll go ahead and make it global. You guys can tell me what you think. Okay, so what I'm going to do is my goal was to make it to where I could run a giveaway where the winner could get a Tower 600 case because I'm building in a Tower 600. It's all themed around that. But I wanted them to be able to pick their own color. The thing is, I thought about it so late in the game, Thermaltake couldn't accommodate that. Plus, they would be paying the shipping on the case, which if they're just shipping out one case, the shipping is kind of bad. If they're doing a pallet to Amazon, that's very different per case anyway. So here's what I thought of. I'm going to do, it's basically going to be, and I understand this is probably not going to be the person choosing a case, but it's going to be an Amazon gift card for the value of a Thermaltake Tower 600. And I would like that to be what you get, but if you don't need a case, then you can spend it on whatever you want. Or at least make it something nerdy. Multiple 9070 XTs are 2x6. Sapphire Nitro Plus and the Tai Chi. Yeah. I mean, works fine for my 5070 Ti, and it doesn't have anything near the 600 watt limit, so it's fine. I'll be lurking. You got it. Die Kills says, just bought a Build Redux PC. Not what I would have gone with, but I hope it turns out okay. And then they retracted the message. Okay. All right. I had a good a good start with Build Redux. It started off well. The guys there are super nice that I have spoken with. They're super cool guys. And we talked a lot about, I reviewed them a lot of times, and I recommended a lot of Build Redux PCs before, and it seemed to go pretty well. The thing is, the stuff that I had comments on for Build Redux, the things that I asked them to change, especially once they sent me a PC for review, that I had a lot of issues with. Like their new case that they came out with, it's not that new anymore, but the case that looks like basically a height Y40 is not good. Like the airflow on it was really bad. The temps weren't good. Very bad airflow in that case. It's basically like there are fans there, but they're choked off with metal. Just a metal plate with a few little holes in it. That's it. Not a fine mesh, none of that. They actually said they were going to retool that case and make all these different changes, and they made all these promises. And then they did the opposite. I don't know if they ever retooled the case, but they changed from a site where you could go and configure your PC to, you don't need to configure your PC. We know better than you do. You just have to choose from the ones we have, and that's it. Customizing your PC, let's go ahead and gaslight you into thinking that you don't need to do that. In fact, we're better than you. We know better. I'm going to stop you right there, Build Redux. You guys never mentioned that you were going to do that, because if you had, I would have said you were on the right track, and no longer are you on the right track. That is the wrong move. Because why not both? Why not have pre-configured PCs and your configurator? Because Build Redux belongs to Digital Storm. And Digital Storm has shown time and time again, they're not here for you. They're here. Sorry, hold on. They're here for Digital Storm. Digital Storm thinks they know better, while they're doing stuff like selling a SATA M.2 drive in 2022 and calling it their performance series. Like, that's a quarter of the speed of the slowest NVMe PCIe Gen 3 M.2. Okay? It's like 500 or 500 and how many megabytes per second? Yeah, versus 2500, which is about where you start. 2000 to 2500 is about where you start with PCIe Gen 3 M.2s of any decent quality. Bought a Build Redux PC from watching some of your reviews. Sorry, deleted it off YouTube. Didn't think you'd read that chat. I did, and I was responding to it. I was basically saying that I you know, they sent me a PC for review. I reviewed it. It didn't go well. Sent that thing back to them. I was just like, no, guys, no. This is not the way. The airflow sucks on this new case. I can't believe that you chose this. Like, you don't know how airflow works. And also I had feedback for them on their configurators. They made a bunch of promises, and they went in the exact opposite direction and never spoke to me again. They're now basically just a wart on Digital Storm's ass is all they are. That's it. They're like, oh, you're coming in with a lower. Okay, you're not a Digital Storm customer. Okay, here you go, peasant. Here's Build Redux. That's what they are now. And doesn't mean you can't get a decent PC from them. But that's the best case scenario. Unfortunately, they were on the right track, and man, I even ran into someone from the C-suite of Digital Storm, meaning one of their executives, at CES. And he said he wanted to chat. Never reached out to me. I mean, he came to me and said, hey, Braethorn, I'm so-and-so from Digital Storm. And I was like, oh, hey, I've said some stuff about you guys. And he's like, yeah, I'd love to chat with you about it, though. Here's my card, and let me give me your card. I'll reach out to you. I probably should have reached out to him, I guess, but like, it's Digital Storm. Like, they're gonna do what they're gonna do. Did not need to picture that, but now I have that image in my mind. You're welcome, Alucard. I had a pre-built system about 6 years ago, just decided to upgrade now. Build Redux was the most affordable option based on reviews for some good parts. Was this a mistake? I mean, here's the thing. DieKC, I think it was DieKills was easier to read. Sorry, but I would say the only thing that I would call a mistake, because if you feel confident in a purchase, it's fine. You know, like, you could be buying from CyberPower. I think that is arguably worse than Build Redux. But there, like, I would say the only mistake here is asking for advice after you spend your money. The better thing to do is usually ask for advice before spending money. It's not a bad thing to ask advice in general, but it's better to do so before dropping a couple grand on a PC or whatever your budget was. You know what I mean? That's it. Also, I have a new game. Cool, Zeno. What game is that? Did you get Silksong like everybody else? It's great. It's fun. It's very angering, though. I got very mad on stream while playing it. At least with both SI builds, the option to upgrade are much easier than an OEM build. I mean, too. True. Helldivers 2? Okay. Never played it. Looks fun, though. Want to just give AMD a go and support them? That's fair, Vero. Absolutely. 100%. I wish that they went and made a higher-end card, a 4K-centric card. Like the 7900 XTX was a rad GPU. I don't know why they didn't follow it up. Because NVIDIA has a 5090, but it's now $2,000. It's pretty easy to compete with if you're talking about price to performance. Yeah, they didn't even make an 80 class card, as Alucard said. AMD graphics cards are good for the 100. Yeah, usually, yeah. According to leaks, next gen will have a 4K card. Well, I hope so. It was a mistake this generation to not do that. And think about it, guys. Think about what happened with 7000 series. There's zero consistency from AMD Radeon. Like, NVIDIA, okay, so they're, in a lot of ways, they act like a heartless corporation, although I know some wonderful people who work there. the things that come out that happen from there are just very much, we're the biggest company in the world, because fair enough, they are. But you can at least see that they're generally consistent in how they release stuff, even if the prices keep going up. They're pretty consistent. There are little errors here and there. Here's what happened with Radeon. 7000 series launches with 2 GPUs, a 7900 XTX and a 7900 XT. That's it, with a $100 difference and a 1-letter difference. What the hell kind of product stack is that? That's not a product stack. That's a product snack. That's not enough for all your customer base. You kidding me? So it really, just like with the 9070 XT, or the 9070 non-XT, it existed to upsell you to the higher end card. But the 7900 XTX was not messing around. So then what do they do the next generation? They don't have anything near that. You're talking about the 2 cards released with 7000 series were $1,000 and $900. And then they're like, you know what? We're not even going to offer that now. It's going to be a 9070 and 9070 XT. And that's just like their mid-range. These are mid-range cards. Okay? I got you. Watched a lot of YouTube videos and read the reviews on the PC I bought from their website. Seemed very promising for the price and parts displayed. Keep in mind, the second PC I've ever bought. That's fine. The thing about it is, like, God, I got to get back to review videos, full review videos, not just streams. But there are no, there are no dedicated pre-built reviewers other than me. A lot of these channels that will review a PC, they're DIY channels, and they approach things like DIY channels do, which is fine. But it tends to ignore a lot of the story behind the company, because when you're anybody can, well, okay, let's put it this way. Any company, any PC company can put a PC together. Okay? That's only part of what you're buying. Okay, what you're buying is not just the fact that a PC is put together, because you could probably do that if you wanted to. If you don't want to, fine. And some people don't have the time, or whatever, they don't want to do it. That's why I cover system integrators and pre-builds, because they're awesome. They help people get into PC gaming, and if they want to, also PC DIY later on. But what you're buying, the main thing you're getting from a company is like the quality of the build, the quality control after the build, the warranty, and the coverage, the technical support, those kinds of things. But really, Build Redux took a lot of the good stuff out of what existed there for buying a PC from them. And they were really improving there too. Now, when it comes, and again, with reviews, a lot of reviewers aren't going to necessarily have been following along with the story arc of Build Redux, and the fact that they have really lost the plot. Revenge, what's up? You're not late. You're good. You know. This is coming from, what is it? Their product launch was pretty bad. It was 700 XTX. Yeah. I usually don't trust reviews on their own website. I would usually check other websites. They're probably artificially pushing the higher ratings up to the top. They can do that on their own website. Xeno, yeah. AMD definitely targeted mid-range. Kind of wish they made one high-end, since they're doing a pretty decent job with mid-range or budget cards. Yep. I mean, if you want, go look at a comparison of the 7700 XT for like $320 versus a 4060. It's crazy. Heck, versus a 5060. It's still crazy. It's such a more powerful card for that price. Yes, but I'm not here when the stream starts and I am late. I don't think so. I don't agree. You know what? Think of it this way, Revenge. I've been streaming at this point for 2 hours and 47 minutes. So you came in the third quarter to sort of reinvigorate the streamer. How about that? I thought it was a good idea, just like I said, based on reading and watching videos. It seemed like a huge upgrade from what I had. Came here to try and find out if I could upgrade the bad parts of their PC. Okay, that's the thing. That's the problem I have with their site, is that you can't change the bad parts of their PC. And that means it's an incomplete product out of the box. You know what I mean? If I were you, I would just, if you haven't received it yet, cancel the order. And if you have, they should have a 30-day window where you can return it. And we'll go through the whole process of finding you the perfect PC for your budget. It sounds like you're trying to min-max your performance per dollar. I do that all the time. That's literally what I do, if that's what you desire. If you want more of a boutique build and boutique buying and ownership experience, we got companies that do that too. You know, I cover that too. But you know, it's what it is. If you're, there are options out there where you wouldn't have those inherent flaws. Now, to be fair, there are times when if you're trying to min-max, you're trying to get the best CPU and GPU you can, and you're like, I don't care about the other stuff, there are going to be some flaws. And there have been times where I like find the best deal on Skytech, and I'm like, well, the RAM isn't quite fast enough, but you can upgrade that later. Of course, it's a PC, you can do that. But on the other hand, Skytech also has a custom builder, where if you're worried about that, you can just go and do a custom build. Build Redux, drop that. So, yeah. But the thing is, honestly, I don't know what you're using your PC for, what your budget was, if it was the best option for you. I've no idea. So don't let me push you to make a financial decision without that knowledge. I don't know. If you're unsure, you're unsure. That's how, your uncertainty, and what you do about it is no one else's decision but yours. Just know that if you're like, I don't know if this was right, I don't know if I made the best choice, this guy's talking a lot about, maybe they cut him off in traffic or something and he's had it out for them ever since. Nah, I gave them a fair shake and they did poorly. Especially, listen, if you got the PC that comes in the case that is where it has the glass side and front panel, not the mesh front panel, that's not a good case, and you're going to have thermal issues. Stop doing that, please. Thank you. Thank you, Zeno. I appreciate the vouch. Thank you. Tech Blacksmith says, interview the Build Redux exec, Gamers Nexus expose style. I don't know if that's really my style. I also don't have like a big lawyer friend. So, Bray, if I didn't stream, I would not have gotten the 5080. I wanted the 9070 XT. The 5080 is going to outpace 9070 XT in pretty much every situation anyway. So, I heard they run Call of Duty better anyway. Oh my God, this is stuff that you hear all the time, and it's like, okay, it might be something like 5-10% better at its price point. Like, not versus a higher price point. And besides which, if it's not just a gaming PC, you have other stuff to consider. So you made the right choice, I think. Teddy Blocks, what's up? Hey, Brad, I need a PX for 1K to 1100. I need it to stream and play games. Make YT vids. Teddy Blocks, you want to try that again? Hi. If you need help with something like that, for one thing, if you're talking about gaming, streaming, and content creation, you're going to have trouble coming in at $1K to $1,100 for that. What you would be looking at instead is a PC to build upon over time. It'll game just fine, but as for stuff like content creation and video editing stuff, streaming is something where you want to consider that at first, because you need to get a better motherboard for that, so you have better I/O and yada yada yada. But you could always add I/O after with a PCIe card. There's all kinds of things to consider. But just understand, you're not going to come in with something. Remember, you can get a PC that only edits video, that's designed for that, and it by itself could be $5,000. When you're trying to combine three purposes into one PC and come in under a tight budget, like, that's fine and possible. Just understand it's not going to be great at it at the very beginning. You're going to have to improve it over time, very likely. But if you're looking for help with that, Teddy Blocks, instead of jumping into chat and just sort of blurting that out, because that doesn't have all the information I need, right? It has a good amount, but not all that information I need. Teddy, I need you to fill out the form that is linked in the description. It's the very first thing in the description. Fill out that form and get on the list to get some help. By the way, I don't know if I said just hi, but what's up, Tech Blacksmith? How you doing? Welcome. I appreciate it. I haven't received it yet. I can list what I'm trying to upgrade from and see what y'all can come up with if that's possible here. I'm using my PC to game, by the way. Well, if you've been looking at chat, there is, in Twitch chat, DieKC, there is a Stream Elements thing that has been going through in chat and saying, want help getting the right PC for your budget and needs, fill out this form. Click the link, fill out the form, and that's going to force you to give me the information I need to help you effectively. Teddy Blocks, I can't tell you what your budget is. You tell me what your budget is. I don't want people to spend outside their comfort zones because of some words some dude on the internet is saying. Whatever your budget is what it is. And I try to work with that. What I can manage is your expectations. What I can change, hopefully, is your expectations. I can't change your budget. But I can give you a reasonable expectation as to what you can get for that budget. That's my job, a part of my job. I have a lot of facets to my job, actually. But you've got to fill out the form, though. The way I think about it, how much you're able to spend without directly impacting yourself financially. I mean, look, a PC, regardless of what your budget is, every budget is a valid budget. There's no budget where it's like, wrong answer, unless you're coming in with like, hey, I've got $50 and I want to do 3D design and video editing and streaming and 4K gaming, right? It's not a valid budget. But for the most part, when someone comes in with a budget, I'm like, okay, that's your budget. Cool. That's the facts. I can't change that. However, when you're like, I want to do this and that, and it seems like it's probably outside the scope of that, especially, remember, we are in 2025. There have been a lot of financial shenanigans, economic shenanigans going on throughout the year. And some prices are inflated. Some prices have gotten better, but a lot of other prices are inflated still. And you don't get quite as much for the same amount of money as you used to. Oh, DieKC, yo. DieKC coming in with a tier 1 sub. Welcome to the swarm. Thank you very much. Michelle Melton, welcome. What's going on? Doing well, made it in late, helping the wife make sourdough. Oh, cool. I used to do that. I used to have a starter. I used to have a sourdough starter. I used to be part of that. Appreciate the help, guys. No problem. But yeah, get that form filled out. Whoever, I mean, I don't want y'all to rush through the form because I would like accurate information. But we'll help out whoever gets the form filled out. As I say, what made you stop? Lost interest. I like when you have a sourdough starter, it feels like you have to constantly make sourdough for the rest of your life. Nah, I'm good. I had fun with that. And it was good. It was tasty. Also grabbed an office chair instead of wasting money on a gaming chair. I don't know if I told you. Good. That's the right choice. Gonna fill out that form. Looking forward to the help with the PC. You got it. Absolutely, DieKC. Michelle Melton, what are you up to? What's going on? My wife has a little business selling at farmers markets. Sourdough is your baby. Yeah, I feel that. That's really cool, Tech Blacksmith. That's fun. Hey, nothing much. Struggle busing through life and school. Feel that. When I went to college for network admin, I had 3 jobs. And during one semester, I had, what is it? We're doing 18 credits or 18 hours or whatever. I don't remember the terminology anymore. I can't believe I did that. But I did that. That's one of those things, right? You don't know what you're capable of sometimes until you're in the middle of doing it. Holy crap. Never again. Having a sourdough starter sounds like a weird Pokemon mod or something. Yeah. 18 hours, 6 classes. Yep. Yep. That's what it was. It was crazy. A couple of them were basics that were just like whatever, but still, yikes. How's the final year project research going? Oh, cool. Bra also picked out an UPS for my setup. Do you use them? Yes, you should use a UPS. Yes. Yeah, we're getting things together slowly but surely. Very cool. Braxton. Okay. All right. You know we like Alexander PCs. But they have a full sim build. That's cool. I can check that out. I now have Teddy Blocks in. Teddy Blocks did get in there first, and then Die KC. Okay. Teddy Blocks, I'm going to give you... that's new, right? I think so. Yeah. Teddy Blocks, I'm going to give you some advice here. And not something that's that I'm saying you need to do this or anything, okay? Because obviously I support people who want to get pre-builts. But I will say, when you want to do stuff like you want to have a system for gaming, streaming, content creation, video editing, and your budget's from $1,000 to $1,500, you might genuinely be better off building it yourself. Even if you've never done that, there's so many guides on how to do it that you might be better off going that route, especially considering that we're looking at possibly doing this at Micro Center, and their build fee is $250. So that's a pretty steep build fee. Hey, Bray, I did the form. Why don't you start your own PC company? Teddy, I have intimate knowledge of how difficult it is to run a PC company, so no thank you. Besides, if I do that, I can't do this anymore because I would not really be impartial anymore, would I? I would just tell everybody to buy PCs from me. And there would be no one anymore who's dedicated to covering that industry at all, because I'm literally the only YouTuber who focuses on pre-builds. And I would rather you guys have that than just another PC company. Also, I'm way too much of a perfectionist when it comes to when I sell a build, because I sell PCs now and then, right? I'm way too much of a perfectionist to do it on any scale. It's not scalable. Hey, Bray, did you build Aiden Ross PC ACA builds? No, I did not. Why would you think that? Welcome to the stream, by the way. Okay, Die KC. Teddy Blocks is first here. They did get their form in first, so I'm going to be helping them first. I'm waiting on an answer from them. Oh, hey. But I know you did the form, Teddy. I was talking to you, actually, when I was saying you may want to consider building it yourself because you get more for your money that way in most cases. There are some times where there's an exception to that. I don't know that Micro Center is going to have necessarily the best deal on a pre-built, not one that we configure ourselves. But let's say you're going with a budget of $1,500. Did you say your budget was $1,100, by the way? Your max budget? Okay, let me ask you this, Teddy. Teddy Blocks is who I'm talking to right now. because it seemed like you didn't know I was talking to you. What is your actual final maximum budget? A solid number, not a range, just an actual, this is the most I can comfortably spend on a PC. What is that number? There's no wrong answer to this, but I do need an answer to this. What's up, Bears Beats and Battle Stars? How's it going? Welcome. Dig the new layout. Thank you. I've been real busy. Triple B, you got to be here on Thursday. Finally doing the purple PC build. Because I see you had worked at a company that Aiden Ross got the PC from in the past. ACA builds, that is not correct. There's no PC building. Well, I mean, only local here, but there's no major PC building company that I've ever worked for. Now, I have affiliate codes with certain companies here, in, with probably a dozen different SIs. So it could have been one of them, but that's not me working for them. You got it, bro. Be here Thursday. Awesome. We're starting at 6 p.m. Central. You don't have to be there here the whole time, but you also doing a little giveaway too. So don't want you to miss that. I spent 700, but they have a 5 to. Oh, you're talking about chairs. That's right. Okay. Okay. Well, so 1,300. Got it. So, what are your thoughts, Teddy Blocks, on what I said? That I would recommend, if you can, building it yourself, if that's possible, if you feel comfortable with that, or maybe it's something that you might be interested in. If you're not, that's fine. I'll do my best. But what we'll probably end up with is something that's going to be suitable for gaming right off the bat, decent for streaming, and maybe upgradable for video editing. Or it'll do the job for all of those things. And then as you get more serious about content creation, or if you get more serious about streaming, you can add into the system to build more in that direction. Let's put it that way. I do know you're here as well. I'm gonna mark that purple. Okay. All right. But if we're going pre-built, I guess we'll take a peek at the Brooklyn, New York Micro Center at the pre-builts they have there. Let's take a look real quick. Let's see what you said about upgrading your CPU. Yes, you are interested in upgrading the CPU over time. Okay. I never built a PC, but I'd be down to. Okay, that might work out for you. Let's just see what they have. Let's see. Let's look at all gaming desktops and see if I can choose the budget here. Here we go. That looks like MATX, full ATX. 14th gen Intel, 7600X 3D. Not right. Nope, that would not be good for video editing at all. Oh god, CyberPower. No, thank you. 14400F. 13428. Oh, it's this thing. Okay, the T500. I reviewed that. It's not ideal for what you're trying to do at all. Yeah, they're nope. This is great if all you were doing was gaming. This would be fine. 7600X 3D and a 9060 XT 16 gig would be solid for what you're doing. However, with streaming, like this is MATX. You can't really expand on this to add more stuff in there. You have maybe one slot to add a capture card or something, maybe. But also 7600X 3D for video editing is garbo. It is really bad for that. So 7700X might be better, but again, MATX, smaller case, all that, not much expandability. And when on the video editing side, you have fewer slots to add storage. Not great. If you're going to be doing content creation, you're gonna need storage eventually, and not a small amount. So second option, I'm going to go here. Just take a peek at the budget that you listed. Around 1300, so let's really narrow it down. So close. Okay. All right. Maybe not. We might be talking now. Hold on. You want it in black? Okay. Open a new tab. Nope. Okay. But I'm using DaVinci. Okay, Teddy, are you before Tanmay can ask, are you going to be using the free version of DaVinci or the paid version? Okay, so just so you know, with DaVinci, the free version, it's not as important to have a really high-end GPU because it doesn't use the GPU if you have the free version. If you have the paid version, it can use GPU hardware acceleration. But what we're going to do, if you said you'd be down for doing a build, then we're going to try to do a parts list at Micro Center. And then you can put it together yourself and save $250. It's quite a lot. Let's look at the bundles. And because you want to be able to upgrade your CPU over time, let's try to go AMD. That's something that's in the forum, which is... Are you plan on upgrading your CPU over time? You said yes. There you go. Look at this thing. Look at this needy website. Prices are too high. Leave me alone. Finish. There we go. Enjoy, whoever reads those. Okay. CPU brand support. AMD. Lowest price. I'm going to show you something important here real quick, okay? Teddy. So one of the most important things for a streaming PC, in my experience, okay, is going to be how many things you can plug, how many ports you have to plug USB devices in. Because as you stream longer, you'll, especially if you get to the point where maybe you're making a little bit of cash from it on the side, you get affiliate, get a few subscribers, stuff like that, you're going to want to get a few things to make streaming easier. And a lot of motherboards, they don't quite have enough built in. So what you do is, for about $30 on Amazon, you get something like this. And this little card right here adds more USB ports, 3 Type-Cs, 4 Type-A, USB 3.0, and it just plugs into your motherboard. You put it in with one, you plug it in there, put one screw in there, and it just plug and play. And you have more I/O that way. So because of that, we're not going to concern ourselves too much from getting the highest end motherboard possible, and it allows us to put a little bit more into the rest of the system, because really that's going to be your main limiting factor for a streaming PC, having enough USB ports to plug things into. So with that in mind, looking at this bundle right here, is a Ryzen 7 7700X, 8 cores, 16 threads. Solid for gaming, but not insanely cool, like insanely amazing for gaming, like 3D V-Cache stuff. But gaming is not your only priority here, right? Besides, as you stated in your form, you're willing to upgrade the CPU over time. So this bundle comes in at $399. Not bad. You're even able to upgrade the RAM to 64 gigs if you want, which is great for video editing, but it's not immediately necessary right away, okay? B650 Gaming X AX V2, so you have AX Wi-Fi in there, and DDR5 6000. So that's a good starting point. As you go up in price, a little by little, change. Some things can change. Like this is going to be the B850 Plus tough gaming Wi-Fi. This one, I'd say it's actually worth the extra $30 right here to get the B850 chipset over B650. I would do that. Same RAM, same CPU, but a small upgrade to the motherboard. I'd say that's worth it. Well, I'm seeing lots of reviewers use CL28 6000 nowadays. More context, Vero? Anyway, ACA builds. I am curious as to why you brought up Aiden Ross's PC in general. I don't even know who provided the PC to him. I don't know what company did that. That would be useful information for me to figure out what you mean. Is Aiden Ross having problems with his PC? I don't understand. Okay. And if he is, he should contact the company that built it for him. So we're at $429 out of $1,300. Not bad for having 3 very critical components all covered. 7700X, motherboard, RAM, all covered for now. So let's look at a video card. I would go NVIDIA here. But with DaVinci Resolve, you'll do fine with like a 9000 series Radeon card. Actually, I can look at that. Let me see. Go here. I should actually look. Hold on. Let's do this. See what cards are included for DaVinci Resolve. That's Premiere Pro, After Effects, DaVinci Resolve. Here we go. It's just all NVIDIA card. Well, there's 7900X TX. Wow, helpful. Thank you. Yeah, it looks like NVIDIA owns DaVinci Resolve too, but it doesn't matter for you because you're using the free version. If you ever upgrade to the paid version, suddenly this will matter to you. So your answer right now, not a huge deal. Like, we should still consider your GPU. Here, let's do this. Or no, actually, I should look at the 9060. That's what I should look at, because that'll be the most up-to-date one. This is pretty useful, actually. Do they not just have a general contact? No? Okay. All right. DaVinci Resolve. Oh, boy. That is a big difference. Even the 5060, which is a slower, genuinely a slower card than the 9060 XT 16 gig, smokes it in DaVinci Resolve. So we should try to go NVIDIA as much as possible. Okay. $16 gig VRAM on this. Now, for gaming, it's been shown that only except with certain games or maybe certain resolutions, 8 gigs of VRAM is turning out to be quite fine, and as it has been. And I've said this before, 8 gigs of VRAM, you're gaming at 1080p. It would probably be fine for you, but you're not just gaming, are you? So no, we're going to look at 16 gig VRAM cards only, and that's coming in at $429 for the lowest priced one. Isn't 5070 retail pricing now? Potentially, yeah, but that's not leaving a whole lot for the rest of the PC. What is that? What would that be? 550? Also, that's less VRAM than this, which in certain applications that can actually make a difference. I'll look at the pricing on the 5070. So it's $430 for the lowest priced one. I guess they don't have a 5070 at the Brooklyn Micro Center. Only 5070 Ti end up. Okay. Okay, we'll rock this one for now. I mean, look, it performs pretty well in DaVinci Resolve. Like, I'm down for that. But there's quite a few cards that are now, and when you say retail pricing, you mean like original announced MSRP, right? Yeah. When you said 16 gigs of VRAM, then the 5070 would be out, and the 5070 Ti is still out of the price range. Right. But the 5060 Ti has a 16 gig VRAM version. That's what I chose here. 16 gigs of VRAM. So that's within the price range. Now we may need to start with 1 terabyte of storage, which is not ideal, but we're going to try 2 for $125 with the Inland Performance Plus. We're going to try that. We might be able to swing that. Now, as for the case, Teddy, you still with me? You still here? Haven't seen you you haven't really been responding to anything or anything like that, but I guess I haven't asked you any direct questions. Any comments or questions yet? I need to find out what style of PC case you like. Do you like something that's more open looking like this, a fish tank style, or do you want something with a mesh front panel? Let me see what you said about RGB. What did you say about RGB? You said, no, you don't want RGB. Okay, that actually answers my question pretty well. So we're going to stick with non-RGB. It's funny because in some cases that can actually cost you more, surprisingly enough. But no, there's a LAN code 2.1. That is more, actually. Okay, so we're going to choose the color. Let's go with the black case. That should narrow it down somewhat. And then we're going to go by lowest price and work up from there. So you want no RGB in your system, right? There's a H5 Flow 2024 version with no RGB here. Maybe it might not come with all the fans, though. We'll have to take a look at that. Here, I'll do this. And what else? At the sub 01, that's not quite what we're looking for. Now, of course, any case with RGB fans, you can just turn off the RGB. You can do that. It's not always ideal for a blacked out build because the fans aren't black. They're like off-white, if that matters to you. I don't really care for RGB. The fish tank ones look good, though. Well, I mean, you can go with a fish tank style one and turn off the RGB if you want. Did it turn off the thing where I specified black case? No. The Micro Center just thinks that this is a black case. What do we think, chat? Do we agree? Do we agree with Micro Center on that one? Do they have the Montec Air 903 base available? Not the base one. They have the Max. I guess Montec XR right here for $70. You have the fish tank style case, and you can just not run the RGB. Just turn it off. That'd be this one here. So there's two cables that are going to be coming out of those fans. One of them is going to be for your fan power and PWM, the signal to how fast they should go. The other one's going to be the 3-pin RGB cable. Just don't plug those in. There you go. You can always get something there in person. Well, I mean, I imagine they're going to be buying all of this in person. But yeah, that is a good point, SSA. Teddy, when you go to Micro Center, you will be able to actually look at the products and see what you think in person. Okay, so here's the problem here. These are non-RGB, but you only get 2 fans. 1 exhaust and 1 intake. And I don't know that Micro Center has 120mm black NZXT fans, but we can check. Let's check that real quick, because $60 isn't bad, but then you got to buy extra fans. With the one we chose, you don't need to buy extra fans. It just comes with the ones you need. Might as well check that, though. Let's see. NZXT. Yep, all RGB fans from NZXT. Oops. I guess what you could do instead is just get this for $31. It's just 5-pack of Arctic P12s. They're not PWM, though. They're just 1 speed. So hopefully that's not too noisy for you, you know. Or buy 3 of these, which is almost the same price. Get 3 of these instead of getting 5 of those. And these are PWM, meaning you can actually set a fan curve. You can set it to run quieter or higher performance or whatever. But I think you're good with the Montec XR. Just turn off the RGB or don't plug in the power for the RGB and you'll be fine. So here, of course, is the eternal conundrum. It's a 5060 Ti, okay? You'll be more than fine with a 750-watt power supply, but we can go 850, give you a little bit more headroom for upgrading your GPU without down the line without having to upgrade your power supply. Let's consider that. A850GL. It's well rated, ATX 3.1 compatible, and you're good to go there. Check the specs. They're probably PWM. You're talking about the fans in the case? Because, yeah. Have you seen the new ASRock PSU cable? It monitors power temps to 16-pin power connection on GPU side. Well, that's good. Good. I have not seen it, though. I mean, you figure the sense pins are just data. Like, it should have some flex. It would be cool if it had some flexibility for manufacturers to do that kind of stuff. Okay, we need a cooler. The 7700X, right? Yes, 7700X. I mean, we might as well go with a 360. You can get a very reasonable price on one here. And you have the Montech Hyperflow right there. But there is, I think, a version that is non-RGB. And they have it. There you go. $89.99. 360 millimeter all-in-one liquid cooler. Montech Hyperflow silent. And it's non-RGB. There you have it. The Arctic fans. They might just leave off PWM as PWM PSC is a long part of the name. I would disagree with you on that. Well, not disagree with you, but basically, what the hell? There was no error. It's right there. It worked. We're fine. Stupid website. Okay. Let me show you what I mean. Because they will list PWM if it's PWM. As far as I understand. Go to Arctic. Brand. Here we go. And you have P12s versus P12 PWM. But let's look. Let's look. I mean, it can't hurt to look. It'll have either a solid RPM number or it'll have a range. And this is just 1800 RPM. But if you look at the PWM fans, it is... Wait, what? Okay, I have seen it where there's a solid speed. What? This is PWM. Why is there just one max fan speed, dummy? That's just not good. It's just not telling us. Okay. All right. Just to appease all our curiosity, because we're all curious about this. Are you just listing max fan speed? Are you serious? Case fan, plastic, black. All right, we'll go here. Reviewers will tell us. Power connector, 3. Okay, all right. Where is that listed? 3-pin. There it is. Yep, there you go. But yeah, they do denote whether it's PWM or not. And that's something you want to know. Particularly, this person does want to stream. So being able to control the noise of the system that might be right next to them, very nice. But okay, we're pretty much done at $1184.95. So, Teddy, here's the deal. For $1184, you can build this yourself. Or, if you go over budget by $124, you can have them build it for you. There you go. Wait, that's not right. That's $224. What the hell? Am I crazy? Hold on. No. 1,300. Did I miss something happening here? No, that's the correct amount. I'm done. It's $224 over budget. How did this get to $1,274 randomly? It was at 11 something earlier. What the hell happened? Like, that happened live. You guys saw that. I was so, like, smug about it. I was like, look, we're just 100 something bucks over. You can get it built for you. No. Okay. Whatever. It's $12.74 now. Cool. What's up, Astro? How's it going? I use Arctic fans in all my PCs. Very happy with them. Yeah, I mean, they're great fans. P12s are legendary. But P12 PWM, more convenient and a little nicer in that way. Anyways, okay, we're under budget. There you go. It was $11.84, but then it went to $12.74. What I think is this. The reason we got the error before is because it didn't add this $89.99 to the price. It just put it on the list. And when I went to add the same day pro assembly, it updated the price in its entirety, meaning it added this 90 bucks. So there you go. So there you have it. $12.74, and you can build it yourself. If you want them to build it for you, it would be $250. Now, we could make some changes in this build to get it to be a little bit cheaper. We can go with maybe a step down on the GPU. We can go with 1 terabyte of storage instead of 2. We can go with an air cooler instead of an AIO, but that's just going to take off like maybe 30 bucks. We can go with a lower wattage power supply. But what I've put together for you here is a well-balanced, versatile PC for you. Would be able to do everything I want. Are you asking a question? Is that a question? I mean, look, any PC can stream and edit video, right? How well it's going to do that, well, you know, we tried to get it to where it would be capable of doing those things. But as, you know, if you get real serious about video editing, okay, you might find that you don't like doing video editing, the video editing portion of content creation, okay? You might tell your buddy, oh, your buddy does edit. Hey, let's make a channel together. You can edit the videos or whatever. I don't know. But you might find that you don't like video editing, so you don't necessarily need to do something like upgrade to 64 gigs of RAM and adding a ton of storage. You might find that like you really like streaming, so you do grab yourself one of these, you know, additional USB cards. You add that in there. Cool. You have enough I/O to get 3 stream decks if you want, whatever you want to do. 2 webcams for a couple of angles, and you know the stream deck pedals and all kinds of stuff, audio interfaces, whatever. You might find that you really like video editing. And so once, say, 11,000 series Ryzen CPUs come out, you get yourself a 16-core CPU instead of the 8-core. That's the thing about PCs. They can grow with you. But currently, this can edit video, stream, and game. It can do all of it. In fact, we put a pretty dope GPU in here for you with the 5060 Ti 16 gig. He's got a bad rap in reviews because everybody's just been pissed at NVIDIA, and for some pretty good reasons. But when things come down to around MSRP, it's actually, on the charts, a pretty solid GPU, especially with the 16 gig VRAM version here. So I would say this is a very solid system. It's just going to require you to put it together. Okay? Sorry, I'm trying fast. Would it be able to record videos and stream good quality? Yes. Yeah. You have a 9th gen NV encoder, or NVENC, in this GPU. It's very good for streaming. 100%. 8 cores, 16 threads. Very good for gaming and streaming at the same time. You're fine with that. One of the limitations you have right off the bat is that if you get into some serious video editing right off the bat, you're like, I need raw 4K footage. I need to edit it now. 64 gigs of RAM would be better than 32. Well, guess what? You have the option when you go in and purchase this bundle to upgrade to 64 gigs of RAM on the spot. But it's going to push the build a little bit over budget. So that's up to you. Everything else is pretty solid. Storage, you're getting 2 terabytes. That's a good amount of storage to start out. And you can add more storage as time goes on. This motherboard in particular should have, let me see, 3 or 4 M.2 slots on it. Let's see how many it says here. 3 M.2 sockets. So basically, you can put in 2 more M.2 drives over time. Not bad. Not insane, not a ton of them, but not bad at all. So I would say this PC is going to be a great jumping in point for all the stuff you want to do. See, SSA knows what's up. Bray did not build you a slouch of a PC. So there's a link to your build. And Teddy, what I'm going to need you to do is this. I need you to click that link and then go here and save this build. Now, if you have a Micro Center account and you're logged in, it'll just save the build. If you don't have if you're not logged into a Micro Center account or you don't have one, it'll ask you to fix that. Make a Micro Center account, log in, and save the build, okay? But I need you to do that as soon as you can, and let me know once you have saved the build so I can move on. Bray, what a good videos to watch to build. Teddy, there's a lot out there. Paul's Hardware has a few great how to build a PC videos. Linus Tech Tips has a video called, it's literally called the last PC build video you'll ever need, and it's like 2 hours long, and it teaches you everything. You have so many options. Now, why do I keep clicking that? It's the wrong button. Maybe I need to swap my buttons around so I know which one to click. So because I keep tending to want to press that one. Okay. Yeah. So Teddy, let me know once you have finished saving the build. If you can't save the build, just add it to cart. My local PC shop said they haven't had any 50 series returned from a burnt connector. Not saying it doesn't happen though. True? A little out of nowhere, but true. Yeah. I like his and Paul's build because it goes over what to do after you build your PC and optimize the build in BIOS. PC Builder. I mean, I imagine a channel just called PC Builder, and I think I've seen a couple things from him, is going to be solid for that. Yeah. And Paul's. Yeah. Paul just makes great videos. I mean, if I recall correctly, less than 2% of 6x2 connectors are bad. I mean, the thing about it is, bad news travels fast and wide. Like, everybody's going to hear about it when someone has a burnt connector, if they share it on Reddit or whatever. What you're not hearing about are the tens of thousands of GPUs that are just fine. The majority of them. Even with videos, please still follow the manuals, as not all hardware is the same, but like many cooler mounting hardware kits are a little different. True. Or Chaos has a good point. Teddy, when it comes to installing the cooler, look at the manual for that. Don't just listen to general advice. Just waiting for word from Teddy so we can finish this up. So I can help out DieKC, if I'm saying that right. I have no idea how you want me to say that. Saved? Cool. Got it. Thank you, Teddy. Now, remember, if you decide for yourself that you don't feel comfortable doing the build yourself after all, Micro Center can build it for you. It's a $250 build fee, but if it means that you're going to, if it means peace of mind for you, that could be money well spent. That's up to you. No one can decide that for you. And don't let anybody pressure you into building your PC if you don't want to build a PC. If you just want a PC and you don't want to build it yourself, then just have them build it for you. It might mean waiting another paycheck or whatever, saving up a little bit more, and then having them build it for you, but it could be worth it. And you'll still know that you got the best PC you could for your money. You just had to wait a little bit longer to get it. Zeno, glad to hear yours is in the 98%. DieKC, are you still here? I know that took a while. Also, Braxton, if you're still here, I guess I can take a look at that Alexander PC's build for you if you want. It says you were still here in chat. PC building isn't for everyone, but it is very satisfying if you decide to go that route. Very true. But and yeah, honestly, you might decide you want this built for you, but with this PC, you're going to learn to upgrade it yourself so that maybe you're comfortable building your next PC all by your onesie. This might be the gateway for you. Die KC, are you here? Hello. Your PC might take a blood sacrifice. It's a very common practice to be cut by things like IO shields. I think the tough motherboard has a built-in IO shield or chaos. Are you here? There you go. All right, cool. Let's find you a PC. So we're looking at, okay, let me ask you this. What is your maximum budget? Because I think I remember you saying earlier that you don't like have a maximum or like, yeah, what is the actual maximum that you can spend on the PC? I guess I should compare it to the one you bought before. Do you have like a link to that you could DM to me? No budget. Just need the best of the best that will last a while. But you chose a budget. That's what the $5,000 plus option is for. ACA Builds, hey yourself, what's up? I asked you a question earlier on, but I guess you weren't around at the time. I was asking, did you bring that up because Aiden Ross was having problems with his PC or something? Because if so, he should just contact the manufacturer of the builder and have him fix it up, I guess. Gaming, racing sim / flight sim, coding / game design. Interesting. DieKC, tell me more about the coding / game design thing. What are we doing with that? Doing like web dev? You doing some programming language? You working with Unreal Engine 5? What are we talking about there? When I started it, I copied Robitech just to see how we work with certain cases to find out challenges in building to figure things out. Oh, he copied Robitech for learning how to build. That's cool. Just a PC powerful enough to run those kind of programs. All right, but those kind of programs, everyone I mentioned has sort of different requirements to it. So also, the question about what your max budget is. Like, how much did you... Okay, all right. I'll get this information out of you somehow. How much did you spend on the Build Redux PC? How much was that PC? How much did it cost? ACA Builds. No, I never worked for them. I was part of their affiliate program, yes. But if you look at my channel, I have a video about how I left that program after what happened during that fateful stream because I disagreed with it. It was very early in my channel. That was a long time ago. But I'm guessing that Aiden Ross will not be able to contact the builder to get his PC fixed, and that's unfortunate. There's a lot of people who got left out in the cold like that because of what happened there. Country Bumpkin Simulation says, Threadrip it then. Threadripper? Yeah, I don't know about that. I meant no budget on the monitors. Oh, okay, for the PC I spent $1,900. Okay. So what would you say? So would you say that's your maximum budget for this? Okay, 2000's max. Got it. Okay. Can you give me a link to the PC that you bought? That would give me a lot of info right off the bat. Or maybe we can just go hunt it down. I know I ask a lot of questions all at once, so... Okay, so 1900, what would that be? Was this 5070 9700X? Okay, no, okay, here. I need you to click on my name, click Whisper, and send a link that way because you can't post links in chat. That's why I said DM it to me earlier. But it helps if my name's in chat, so it's easier to just click on that and then send it to me. This is literally all they do now. Everybody, this is what happened to Build Redux. This is it. This is all you get. You can't make any changes. They know better than we do, unfortunately. And there's only one system with a case with good airflow. Oh, God, no. This case is so awful. And you can see it. Like, look. You don't need to send me the link because it's only these few PCs. I want you to really pay attention to this. Do you see this? Nobody does this. And I mean no case manufacturers of any reputable nature do this. And there's more mesh on top of this. It is it's an oven. It is an oven. And if you look back here, kind of the same thing. This is all just metal grill plus mesh in front of that plus mesh on the side panel. And the side panel mesh is smaller, way smaller than 120 millimeter fans should have. It's seriously running a marathon while breathing through a straw. This case is one of the worst cases I have ever seen. And they were so proud of it. They were so proud. I bring no disrespect. Oh, you're good. You're good. You just had questions about it. It's all good. What's up, FGN? How you doing? Force Gaming Network. What's going on? Welcome. I thought you worked. Okay, been watching you for a long time. Cool. I appreciate that. And I seen you got sponsored by them a long time ago. Yeah, I was never sponsored by them, and I never worked for them. It was just I was just part of that program, and I left that program once that happened. It was unfortunate, and it's because there was a lot of good people that worked there that lost their jobs, and a lot of good people who bought PCs from them who lost their warranties. You know, those warranties would be up by now, so hopefully everything has been working the whole time. But yeah, this thing is bad. Okay. So it looks like we're looking at, okay, I have the link. We'll double check this. And yeah, I guessed correctly. It is this one here. Wait, what happened? Oh, it's because I already have this open. Yeah, so it was this one. For $2,000. Yeah, I think we can do better than this. Let's take a look. Also, there's a problem here. I'm going to show you what the problem is. 2 terabyte NVMe storage. What do you mean? This is something that was a problem with Build Redux in the past, and they, instead of fixing it, they made it worse, where there would be certain information you could not get your hands on, okay? You couldn't find out what the specs are of the storage, of the RAM, what's the frequency and cast latency of this RAM. They won't tell you. You shouldn't care. They know better than you do. 750 watt power supply is pretty low for 5070 9700X. It's acceptable. That's the minimum power supply wattage you would want to use with a 5070. 240 millimeter AIO is okay, not great. The Prism is more like a prison, honestly, for heat, because it traps it there forever. So yeah, I immediately can do better than this right here. So let's do that. Let's see at Skytech who, and just to be clear, DaiKC, here's something really important I want to tell you, okay? You can go look on Build Redux's website, look at the videos they have. They've sort of gotten together of reviewers who got free PCs or whatever, or maybe didn't and just didn't really look into things that said nice things, and then they put those in front of you. When you're at a company's website, you're in their world, and you're gonna believe what they want you to believe. What we do, if you go and look at our Discord, there's a group of channels called SI Testimonials, where actual buyers, community members, go out of their way to share their direct experience buying from and owning PCs from all these different system integrators, and each one has their own dedicated channel. Skytech has one there, and they have an awesome reputation in our community. And they're a price to performance, high volume seller. So you don't need to listen to what a company tells you. Never listen to what a company tells you. They exist to make money. That's not necessarily an evil thing. Sometimes what they do in pursuit of that can be less than ideal. But no, their job is to get you to give them money. But listen to what other buyers have said. And that's what we've put together here. Over a long period of time, people have been giving their stories and feedback. Sometimes things are just like, hey, it works. It worked right out of the box and it still works. And sometimes it's like, I had this issue when I got the PC. They fixed it. They did either a good job or a bad job. And then you get to learn that. So that's what we work off of. So let's see. We'll raise this up right here. We'll go price high to low. And yeah, let's see. What were you doing again? You're doing gaming, racing sim, flight sim, coding / game design. Okay. And you bought a black PC, but that's because it's the only choice they have. But there's options here between black and white PCs. See, look, this thing is $100 less, and it comes with a 9800X 3D, a much pricier CPU than the 9700X, and has the same GPU with a 5070. 1 terabyte less storage, though. But what is the easiest upgrade you can do for a PC? Chat, y'all want to chime in? What is the easiest upgrade to do for a PC that most anybody could do? Storage. There you go. Adding storage. Swapping the RAM is easy, but it's not an additive thing. Like with adding more storage, you have to remove the RAM and put it. It's not like it was back in the DDR4 days. It's not as easy as it was back then and before that. With DDR5, you generally take out the kit, put in a new kit, but that's also pretty easy. It does, and both require a couple extra steps. Like with storage, you got to go into disk management and activate it. You have to initialize the storage and format it. That's it. With RAM, you want to go into BIOS and set XMP or Expo. 9800X3D, 5070. 9800X3D, 5070, 2 terabytes Gen 4 storage. Still $100 cheaper before my discount. $4070 Ti Super is kind of a power move here. It's more VRAM than the 5070. And I think it outperforms it too. I really messed up. It's okay. It's not messed up. What happens is the reason that this is all here, all this crap, is because it works. That doesn't mean that, oh wait, actually this was $1,900, so it's the same price. The one that was $1,900 is the same price. I was saying it's $100 cheaper, same price, my bad. This stuff works, marketing works. All the flashing lights and moving videos and flashy stuff and max gaming performance. In terms of what? Where's the chart? Doesn't matter. Just whatever, cool. Hey, we have NVIDIA cards. Oh, you know, so does everybody. This stuff works. It's really, isn't it weird how all of these are 5-star reviews? Well, actually, here's one 3-star. Good on them for having that on there. But that's how you get people to be like, okay, these reviews are legit. They're not all 5-star, but most of them are. So don't let it be all 5-star, but mostly. That's what you do with these. Anyway. These PCs here have higher specs, and also our community has vetted Skytech a lot of times. Yeah, 4070 Ti Super is better than 5070, maybe 10%-ish, yeah. Bray, who is the best pre-builder? It depends on the buyer. Bray, I'm on the list. Okay. They were just way better, and I whiffed. It's okay. That's the thing is, you know, don't let that get you down. Just be like, all right, next time I'm going to ask before I buy. And that's all you got to do. Like, that literally is it. But there's tens of thousands of people out there who never ask before or after. So you're ahead of the game. You're ahead of the curve. Let's see the full spec list of this. So it's not the best RAM for this. And 7800X3D is pretty solid, but I mean, it's very fast for gaming. But it's, you know, there are PCs under here that have the 9800X3D, which, to be clear, actually performs better in non-gaming tasks than the 7800X3D. Something that I don't think got enough attention during those initial reviews. So nah, let's keep looking. Yeah, we lost all our settings here. Thank you, Skytech. This is why I usually right-click and open a new tab. See, this one has a 9900X3D and a 9070 XT. That's really solid. That 9900X3D, it's kind of important because when you're not gaming, you have 12 cores, 24 threads for those applications. Like if you want to use Blender, let's take a look here real quick, okay? Take a look at this. If we go to Blender, this is Puget Bench's testing of a bunch of CPUs, okay? So if we go to Blender, the 9900X3D does really well. It does pretty well. And the 9800X3D is like way down here. Look at that difference. Very big difference when you're not gaming and you're doing something else. So this tells a very important story here. I would say this might be the best choice for you if you're going to be using Blender, which Blender is awesome. If you're trying to get into game dev and you want to make assets for it, 3D assets, Blender can be really powerful, and it's free. Blender is just a free application. Very, very useful to learn if you want to design 3D stuff. He said, with the understatement of the year. Yeah, the only ones I'm seeing under this, that, like, you see this one here is pretty solid with a 9900X and a 4070 Ti Super, and it's $1,800. But it's not 3D V-Cache, so you could lose some gaming performance, but you are gaming at 1440p. Can I ask you what games you tend to play? Like, do you have some favorite games? I think it's interesting, though, coming back up to this one. I know it's a white PC and you put black on the list. I know. I'm really looking for a standout, though, in specs. I'm looking for something that's like, damn. And to me, the 9900X 3D and the 97XT is pretty standout. The thing is, if you're trying to do Blender, I think that... Here, let's see here. I think that NVIDIA wins in Blender. Wow, it does not. After Effects does not like that GPU. It's beaten by a 6900 XT and a 3070. Damn. Don't try to do After Effects with this thing. It's decent at DaVinci Resolve. But that's all NVIDIA. That is all NVIDIA. If you pay for DaVinci Resolve. Free version, it's not going to matter on the GPU side. Game Dev Virtual Production Unreal Engine. Yeah, NVIDIA does win here, but actually, no. The 4070 Ti Super is beaten by the 9070 XT. Interesting. Okay, for Unreal Engine 5.5, that's pretty good. So it's just Unreal Engine. Okay. Not bad. They don't have Blender, I guess. Okay. White is cool. Black and white is good with me. Cool, cool, cool. How fast would those ship? Pretty quick. Let's see. Don't worry about the price. I do have a discount code that will bring that price down for you. Also, shipping is free. Let's see. Ships within 4 business days. Not too shabby. And I gotta say, it is a dope looking PC. 32 gigs DDR5 6000. They actually used the right frequency of RAM for this CPU. Very nice. 9900X 3D, 12 cores, 24 threads. Radeon 9070 XT. 1440p gaming, which is what you were looking for based on the list here. And the 9070 XT is like impossible to beat in price to performance at 1440p. $850-watt gold power supply, 360mm AIO. I think the one caveat to this is that it has 1 terabyte of storage, but it looks like it's probably faster storage because looking here, unless it said, yeah, you don't even know if this is PCIe Gen 3 or not. We have no idea. And knowing Build Redux being owned by Digital Storm, who again was using SATA M.2 drives in 2022 as their performance series, it could very well be PCIe Gen 3, which would be much slower than what we're looking at here. But also, you can add storage very easily. You'll see a 5-minute YouTube video and you've got it. So yeah, this is the way I would go right here. Does look cool as hell. You better believe it. I mean, you go into Best Buy, you're going to see a dozen PCs that look like this. Not this. I'm going to put my code on here real quick. And the chat has heard me say this a million times, and I still haven't tested it for myself. That may add my coupon code automatically. I'm not sure. But with my discount code, this comes down to, which is SWARM, SWARM, saves you money, supports what I do. Everyone's happy. Brings it down to $1939.99 with free shipping. Ships out within 4 business days. You're speaking rocket science to me. Just keep in mind I have only had one PC. That's all I've ever known. I'm really looking to you with this purchase, looking to buy it tonight. Okay, yeah. Now, I'm telling you, you're probably going to end up wanting to have more storage in the system. You can take it to a local PC shop if that's the case, or use external storage because there's very fast external storage drives now if you're just keeping projects on it and stuff. But I'm telling you, adding storage takes like 5 minutes. It's very, very, very easy to do. I actually, now that I got my green screen up, I'm restarting the production on my pre-built rebuilt series. I'm going to have a 5-minute video showing you how to add storage super easily. Once you've done that one thing, I don't know, you might not be the type where you're like, oh, I feel more comfortable with this, but you might feel a lot more comfortable with how your PC works and just opening the side of it and being like, okay, it didn't explode. I'm okay. Everything's okay. I have a 7900 XP. Don't sleep on these 12-core CPUs. Even only using 6 cores and 12 threads for gaming, it still rocks. Yeah. For most games, that's going to be all you need. There you go. I believe, and I think chat would agree, this is for $40 more, this thing whoops the Build Redux PC. So yes, and I'll tell you, don't even worry about the fact that you have to like cancel this, send it back, whatever, because it's not a month later when you can't do that. You're not stuck. You did the right thing. You did just fine. Don't worry about it. Man. And just think, they want you to believe that this is actually $2,200 and they're giving you a special $300 off deal. Yeah, no. This thing gets whooped. And I'm happy to help you out with that. Okay. ACA. You still here, huh? You still I see that you're on the list. No problem. I am way over time here, but I can do one more. That's fine. Because you actually said you're looking at the Archangel 4. You're already looking at a specific PC. Real quick, though, for my info, what is ACA? What is your max budget to buy a PC? Your max dollar amount, not a range, because you put 1,000 to 1,500. But within that, what is your actual maximum? Is it like 1,400, 1,350, right at 1,500, or right at 1,000? There's no wrong answer to that. Processing, and we'll be back on stream with a review when it arrives. Thank you. Absolutely. And actually, what I would ask you is this. The better place to share your story would be in the Discord, in the SkyTech channel under SI Testimonials. And you know what? Read through that. I think you'll feel better about your purchase. In fact, there's a Build Redux one there too. You can read those. And here is this, if you want to check that out. There you go. ACA, you still around? You still here? What's up, Tanmay? Hi. Vero said carpet for no reason. Cool. Mike Hernandez, I'm sorry I missed your chat earlier, but you did to be fair, you did ask chat as well, and then I think FGN answered you. What I'd go with. I missed that bit. Oh. Yeah. Skytech. It was the 011 Vision. It's way better spec'd for what they want to do for the price than the Build Redux PC. And looks way better if you ask me. Zintex said nice PC. Absolutely. ACA builds. If you are not here and you hear this later, I was going to help you out. I guess maybe you went AFK for a bit. But it is about half an hour past when I normally end the stream. So I would normally say if you come back on Thursday, I can help you out. But Thursday is my big birthday build bash stream where I'm building a PC that I've been looking forward to since January. And so I'm not going to be able to help then, but Tuesday I could. Next Tuesday I could. 100%. But to be clear, oh, you're here. Good. Okay, let's do this then. Okay, so I was asking you earlier, what is your actual maximum budget? Because that's why I thought you weren't here, was because I asked you a question and I didn't get an answer. I was asking within this, what is your budget actually like? Because I need a solid number, like 1,400, 1,350, 1,000, or 1,500. Whatever it is, there's no wrong answer. I just need to know what the actual max amount is. Gaming, streaming, content creation, video editing, racing sim, flight sim. Damn, you want to do a lot with this thing, huh? Okay. 1080p though. That makes it a little easier. 1,400. Cool. Now, you said you're looking at the Skytech Archangel 4. So why don't we search for that? There's going to be several of them, so we're just going to do that search right there. Okay. Wait, Teddy wrote the reply? Teddy, why are you saying your budget? Why are you saying $1,400? Your turn is over. I already helped you. Tame, thank you for pointing that out. I had no idea. I was just looking for a number. Teddy, why are you doing that? I already helped you. What a troll thing to do. Unless that's also ACA builds there. Were you on the wrong account? No, they haven't replied yet. ACA hasn't replied yet to that question. Are ACA builds and Teddy Blocks, are y'all the same person with two accounts? And you're just trolling me? What's going on here? Well, Bray just wants to go to bed, and ACA has decided not to be speedy. ACA, is your stream delayed by any chance? They might be behind. Yeah, this is, once it's your turn, this is a conversation back and forth. And although there's like a 15-second delay for YouTube, responsiveness is very much appreciated. $1,500. There we go. FGN, they said they're not. I'm going to take their word for it. Okay. Now, you said that you want a black PC, but the Archangel 4 is a white build. Is that okay? Here, let's not look at, let's just look at that whole, you already mentioned SkyTech. We're just going to look at that budget in general. No, I tried to get a PC and good to bed. He did. I did already help you. That is correct, FGN. Yeah, we custom made a PC for you. Yeah. Also, you said your budget was $1,300, not $1,400. So I'm very confused. But if I'm asking somebody else questions, don't just chime in with your info. I don't know what that was about. This isn't bad right here. This actually should do the job. This is the Azure 2. It matches the colorway that you chose, which is a black PC. 7700X, 32 gigs DDR5 6000, which is good. The only thing is 32 gigs at first when you're editing video should be fine. But once you seriously get into it, you'll want to upgrade that to 64 gigs. But at that point, you'll have had this thing for a while probably. 5070, 12 gig, you're gaming at 1080p. This is more than you need. This is plenty for that. 1 terabyte Gen 4 storage, you're going to want to upgrade that later, but that's just part of owning a PC. You upgrade it over time or have somebody upgrade it over time for you. And adding storage is very, very easy. I would say the only weakness of this build is probably the 750 watt power supply. It's enough for the 5070 build. It is. It's just not great for upgradability down the line. But this is fitting a lot. Right. I have a discount code. It would be under $1,500. And shipping is free. So there's that. Let me just show you real quick. Vero. Okay. Most reviewers use CL28 6000. What reviewers? Why do you keep bringing that up? You can just say that. The funny thing about words, guys, is that you can just kind of say whatever words you want and not back it up. You already said, hey, I noticed most reviewers are starting to use CL28 6000. And then you're saying it again. Most reviewers use CL28 6000. What do you mean? Who? What reviewers? You can literally put words together however you want. What do you mean? And why do you keep saying that? Like, what is the purpose of that? If they're using CL28 6000 on Zen 5 CPUs or Ryzen 7000 series or 9000 series, according to AMD, that's suboptimal. So good for them, I guess. I just, Vera is an NPC. That makes too much sense. It makes too much sense. We must save my family. If you get that reference, you get 100 points. Can't cover the price of the O11 Vision on SkyTech. SkyTech is killing it right now. Like, y'all gotta understand. I'm not here just because I have a coupon code for SkyTech. I have that for a lot of system integrators. SkyTech has the best prices, the best price to performance right now. Nobody comes close. I have looked off stream. SkyTech, I don't know what is going on over there. But yeah. With my discount code, let's see. SWARM takes off almost $50. So it's basically $3.49 over budget before tax, but shipping is free. So there you go. There you have it. We're kind of right on the money. Star Trek? Yes, Star Trek Gaming. That's the name of the company. I'm glad I crack you up, though. Laughter is my gift to you. Skytech giving BTA? What does that mean? I bit my lip earlier. It hurts. Dare D, Skytech doesn't do live builds for their pre-configured systems. The live builds are only for their custom configurator. Mikey. Little late, buddy. A little bit late. Okay, just verifying. ACA, this is good for you. Oh, I want to show you this. Hey, sorry, I Gen Z, but thanks for the PC. I'm not giving it to you. I'm going to show you something real quick because you said streaming in there. Okay. We don't know what kind of motherboard's going in here necessarily. Okay. If it doesn't have enough USB ports on it, you can always add that very easily and cheaply. This is like $30 on Amazon, adds a bunch of USB ports, goes directly into the motherboard. It's one screw to attach it in there, and it's plug and play. Super easy. So, okay, let me give you a link real quick. ACA, 1 sec. I got you. But yeah, Mikey, that was like the first build I did tonight. That is the code to get it down to 1503. And again, your shipping is free at that point. So use that code at checkout. It takes off like $50. You're good to go. Moved over for the raid. Well, there was one thing I was going to check in on, and that was Braxton. Are you still here? Okay, you are still here. Okay. So you said that you wanted to look at one that was on Alexander PCs that's for sim rig setups, right? But now that Mikey's here, Mikey, here's what was going on. Let me show you. Have the whole build here ready to go. This was like my 4th time doing it. And I go to add it to cart. And that's what I get every time. I'm going to go back to the summary. Okay, well, the problem is when I go back. Oh, actually, no, it didn't. Yeah, it didn't do it. If you want, yeah, you can take a look at this. But one thing is that Braxton wanted me to look at another PC. Can I copy and paste it to you? Sure. There you go. It was just something I'd never seen on there. That's fair. That's fair. Let's take a look. And we can compare it to this one. Now, if Alexander PCs is doing a thing where they wanted to have, they're trying to do a system that is pre-configured, they're going to do a bunch of them, they can probably get some pretty good pricing on it. So let's see what it is. Ready, Set, Sim. That is new. Okay. Stage 1, Stage 2, Stage 3. Let's compare this. Let's take a look at it. So 5080 or 5090, okay. $64 gigs is what we put here. NV3. So this is... Okay, let's keep looking. 1200 watt, 80 plus gold, fully modular. 1300 watt, 80 plus platinum rated, fully modular. You can add a 4 terabyte drive, so that's good. That'll get it a little closer. They don't let you choose for your main OS drive. I'm not sure why TJ did this, but the NV3 is a nice drive for budget builds if you're trying to because it is a higher speed, not the highest speed, but a higher speed PCIe Gen 4 drive, but it is DRAM-less. It's got no DRAM cache. For gaming, that can be okay, but I would like to see an option here to put a faster drive in here. Like if you're putting a system with a 5090, you should have the option for a PCIe Gen 5 drive. I need to see what motherboard goes in here as well, because it's that B850 live mixer. Interesting. Wait, it's a 7800X 3D. And you can't change that to 9800X 3D? It's not bad. It's not. There's some options here that are, I think, suboptimal. That, like, if you're looking at a PC that's $6,000 and you can't choose to go with a slightly better CPU like the 9800X 3D, the funny thing is with a 5090, you can actually see a difference between the 7800X 3D and the 9800X 3D. And there's a $6,000 PC where you can't choose to get that benefit. And also, you're using kind of a budget-oriented boot drive, like your operating system drive. I'd like to see an option here for the better drive. It's just adding a couple more options there. Like I don't see why that would be an issue. It's not bad though. I do think that this build's going to look better because of the Evolve X2 specifically. That case is insane looking. And you wanted a white PC. This one's not available in white. So while this is a good find, and it's probably a sick build, I think, as the name might indicate, Sick PCs has one that's a little sicker. Zyntech, yes, yeah, it is nice. It is very nice. That's what do you think? You think I'm joshing you when I say stop pressing that button. Stop pressing that button. It's this button, Bray. Come on. You think I'm messing with you? And I'm like, I don't get how they have these prices at SkyTech right now. It's crazy. I'm not messing around. It's serious. It's crazy prices right now. Scroll down to where? There's no place to change the CPU. And the only place you can choose a faster drive or one with cache, DRAM cache, is for your secondary storage. Is that what you meant? I know I'm zoomed in. Just give me a second. Here we go. Sim Rig Builder. Huh? Sim Rig Builder. They added the custom glass etch. That's pretty cool. Like I went to Ready Set Sim. I went here. I don't see a custom builder for this, if that's what you meant. It says check out our partner. Yeah, this is for sim rigs. You're correct. It does say check out our partner. Get ready, get your next rig from. This is just. Yeah, they just did a thing where they were doing the Sim Gaming Expo. They partnered up with a sim rig company, and you would be buying from them. You can still even buy this, even if you don't get your PC from Alexander PCs. I mean, it's just a different company. Ready, Set, Sim is the... That's all I was talking about. Okay. Okay. All right. I wanted to look at something else here. What motherboard do they have in here? Oh, yeah, it was a B850 Live Mixer Wi-Fi. Let's take a quick look at this. Because this motherboard's kind of crazy, yes. But there's something that is noteworthy here that I want to take a look at. Most of these ports are slow. Like, there's a lot of USB ports here. There's 13 USB ports here, type A, okay? But 8 of those are USB 2.0. You don't have that many mice and keyboards that would work with this. And if you're, I imagine some sim rig setups, some of those components are going to require USB 3.0. Not necessarily slower ports like this. I've never set up a racing rig, so I don't know. But the way we have you set up, you have a pretty awesome motherboard already, and we have it set to add in a card like that one to give you more USB. So I think you're probably all set with. I think the other system is optimized better. This is going to be fine for a lot of people. I just don't like how many USB 2.0 ports are there. There's a lot of devices that just need higher bandwidth than that from USB. Okay, all right. So Mikey said fixed. So that means I should be able to go here. Go to add to cart. Also, we are slightly over budget. Let me see if my coupon code is enough to get that down. Yeah, look at that. 6881.58. There you go. It is cool, though. Braxton, no doubt that is very cool. And I think if you weren't in a position where you can get something that's absolutely catered to you, yeah, then that would be a great way to go. Like if they had 3 different levels of it, it's pretty awesome. And from what I understand, they have some leftover systems from dude, Alexander PCs. They're awesome. They are goated within the community, and everybody knows that. In this situation, though, I think this is the better option. You might need to refresh. Who, me? Sure, refresh. It's all still there. So let me share the cart real quick. And my code took off $286.73 from this price, which is really good. It's good. That's a solid discount. I'm just glad we got to finish that up. That's good. Yeah, I'm gonna reach out to TJ and ask him about that whole thing. Tell Mikey to get his tools out. You ready, Mikey? This is a big one. It's that Evolve X2. I did a lot tonight. Holy crap. As a big boy, it is. And also, Silo, thank you for jumping over for the raid. We are done. Here, actually, I'm gonna do this. Yeah, where was it? There. Copy link again. And now, I should do this more often. Braxton, you have it in your DMs as well in case you lose it. There you go. And yes, you're going to get to watch this thing being built live on stream. And it's going to be awesome. I can't wait to hear how that turns out or see how that turns out. I need to stop by sometime when you're streaming, Mikey. Sorry I haven't done that really yet. But there you go. Hell yeah. Although, okay, Mikey, I know you got weird hours now, or always. You got to be here on Thursday. I've been looking forward to this build so much. I want you to be there. We might even get a thermal mic on a Discord call during the build stream. It's going to be insane. Everything came in. Everything was on time. It's going to be awesome. I still got to yank the 4090 out of that system and all my storage. Oh, that's going to be a sad moment. It's a special PC, okay? I want to watch Braxton's build too. Go follow 6 PCs, y'all, on Twitch. Here. I'll make it easy for you. Just click that, drop a follow, do the thing. Vero, you'll be there? Okay, I was worried. I'm Aussie. We were standing upside down the whole time. Makes sense? Yeah, sure. Maybe. But glad you caught that, Mikey. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Just... Oh, no way. Really? Okay. Friend of the channel. Streaming after a very long time. I haven't seen Chise streaming for a long time. We are going to raid for sure. Let's drop a raid for Chise. Man, it's been a while. And they're streaming Peak, which I still haven't played. I still haven't played Peak. I don't have it. But yeah. Silo's already following. Awesome. There you go. Thursday, what time? 6 p.m. Central. You should do comedy. You're actually very funny. I appreciate that, Vero. Thank you very much. It's funny because a lot of time I'm just like, okay. I'm glad you think I'm funny. But yeah, we're gonna raid Chise. For those of you who hung out this whole time, thank you so much. Come back Thursday. There is gonna be a giveaway during the stream as well. And you yourself can get yourself a Tower 600 in whatever color you choose, which of course you're gonna choose Future Dusk because you have good taste, just like I do. Nice purple case. All right, but that's gonna be it. Oh, also, Mikey, we gotta add the Future Dusk Tower 600 to my builder. Well, you'll see. You'll want to once that PC is done. All right, guys. Thank you all so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. I had a great time. I hope you did too. I'll see you on Thursday, 6 p.m. Central. Until then, take care.
Let's go, nerds.